Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How are you doing today? Good. This is Digital Dragon 72, aka Luke. This is the Dragon Den. Thank you very much for joining me this morning as we continue our build series for the Voron 2.4. Will say that I was hoping to have it go bird today, but that will not be happening. Get into that a little bit later. I have been working on getting all the software done. I got all the underdeck wiring done, except for the one piece we'll get into later. And hey, Major Gamer Geek, good morning. Thank you for coming in and joining me. So yeah, we did have a bit of a setback last night. Thought I'd, well, I let some Sparky Sparks out. Apparently it was late at night. My wife had already texted me and told me to go to bed, and I should have listened to her, and I didn't. So apparently when you plug the 24-volt input of a UTC into the mains, then you hit the power switch, things go pop. So I had the cable to the SB2209 on the hot end plugged in when I did it, because I verified the pinouts and everything was good. So I had faith. That faith was a little bit misplaced. Yeah. So I did have a spare UTC. I plugged that in, still getting nothing. I know the cable, continuity-wise, is still good. So I just ordered a new SB Picture Tech EBB SD2209 board. We should hopefully get here tomorrow. So I will try and not do the stupid thing again. And yeah, so there we have it. So we didn't make a mistake there. So we will continue to work on getting things buttoned up. The printer, as it stands today, is getting heavy. It is getting heavy. We have sparks out, no fun. It was the first time letting out the magic smoke for me. Apparently you can't put it back in. I'm not seeing anything outwardly on this board, but I have not taken it back off the printer yet. So I will have to disconnect everything, take, tear the top end apart. And I think, I'm hoping I just need to replace the main board, because I have plugged USB-C in and was able to put the board in DFU mode and reflash the CAN boot on it, but I cannot talk over CANBUS. So I'm hoping that whatever popped on this board is just related to the CANBUS wiring itself, and nothing else plus its magic smoke. So I'm going to take the board off to check it out and excuse me, and just check it over and make sure nothing's untowardly wrong. It's always good to have a spare anyhow. But like I said, I have logged in. Well, we're going to keep going. I did get, as you may see back here, we have Wagos in place. This, trying to move this forward a little bit and get you a little bit. So we do have the Wagos in place. You do see the wires set up. And the way this is going to work when I put the bed in, this is load coming in from the SSR. So I'll put one leg of the fuse in, the other leg of the fuse, one of the wires coming from the silicone bed. So it's the fuse linked off of load, the other one going to neutral. And then I'll need to add in my 2 wires for the thermistor. And then the bed ground is going to be a direct wire. So I'll just feed that through here when we go to mount the bed, and we'll be going on. So this is going to be good to go. Right now for testing, I will back. So for testing, you'll see these 2 bundled wires here. This is just like a 5-pack of thermistors. So I got it all the way to the point where as you boot up, it just auto shuts down because it takes the dreaded, what is it, the ADC error. In fact, here, let me show you what we're but basically what it's saying is there's no reading on the thermistors. So it shuts down to be safe. So I just plugged in a couple of thermistors out of the bundle, one for the bed and one for the hot end, just to make sure that everything with the interface comes up, and it does. So software-wise, Octopus board-wise, we're good. Main cell-wise, we're good. SSR, I'm assuming it was good before. I just have to put the bed in and we'll test that. But all in all, yeah, plugging a UTC into the mains instead of into the 24-volt output kind of makes it go poof. So that was the issue that I had late night last night. This Dragon will probably yell at me, which he reviews this and hears this. But that's kind of where we're at right now. Everything is functioning still. Yeah. So we're going to tilt her back up. And we're going to start off with mounting the bed. Once we get the bed mounted, then we'll go right over to starting to work on the skirts and the panels. I still don't have all of the skirts printed, simply because they're a little bit longer prints. I do have the Ender up and running, running off prints, and those prints I think are coming out pretty good. This is just bed weld that I put on the texture sheet to make sure I definitely get a nice good connection. But parts that I needed to print are printing out well, and they're the parts that I can't print on the B0. So yeah, without much more, hey Tomcat 521, how are you doing, my friend? Thank you for coming and joining the conversation this week. So yeah, we'll get into talking about Sparky Sparks again later on once we get this on and we start working underneath again, putting on the skirts. We'll relive that story again for those that are coming in and joining. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. It's over. And I will come over to my manual. So on the bed, since this is a bed that I was running in another printer beforehand, I should have everything there. Everything's already installed and ready to go. So we have, oops. Goodness, that was just to minimize that. So we do have our silicone heater installed. I have not gone and put any RTV on this. The adhesive should be good. I shouldn't have any issues. I do have a ground plug in here with the green wire, and I do have our fuse laid in there. So once again, we're going to run one wire for load, then the fuse, then the other wire coming out of the fuse, then load wire, then return wire to neutral, and then our thermistor wires. And we will need to work through. It will tell you in the manual how to set everything up, what orientation needs to be in. So which side is up? The up side will allow you to countersink the head of the screws. Talks about installing the magnet and then doing the heater application. Now, one thing I will say, whenever I'm applying the magnet and the heater, apply the magnet first, okay? Because if you do the other way around, you've got the thermistor and the wire connections here, which means now this plate's not going to sit flat. So you want to do the magnet first, get that on, then flip it over, clean the back side, and put on your silicone heater pad. Okay, both sides you want to clean really good with isopropyl alcohol, and you can even take some quad zero steel wool to slightly rough up the surface at a very minute scale to get better adhesion. But when you do that, you're going to have a lot of grit that's left over on the build plate. So you really, really need to clean it well. Clean it numerous times with isopropyl alcohol until your rag or your paper towels coming off clean. Then go ahead and square up your magnets, apply your magnet, flip it over, apply your silicone pad. And then what I tend to do is I will set boxes of filament on top of it. Once again, you want to be careful of that thermostat. But I'll take a box, set them on each side of that thermistor, and then stack more boxes on top. So what that's doing is that's applying additional pressure to the magnet and the silicone pad, and I let them sit that way for at least 24 hours. So that makes sure that your silicone pad and your magnet are going to have good adhesion, and that adhesive stays on there and you won't have any issues. Okay? So it talks about the wiring and doing the fuse, and it talks about putting the fuse in line. Once again, I'm putting it in line with Wagos versus a cut and crimp, or cut and solder and shrink. And I do that. So Major Gamer Geek, I have in the past, what I'll do is I'll add tape around the edge, right? And then I'll come in with the RTV and lap over on the silicone pad with RTV sealant. Let that start to set up for an hour or so. Peel the tape so you get a nice crisp, clean edge. But with the newer adhesives, I haven't continued to do that. I'll say to each his own. Some people will swear that you've got to put RTV on there. But at the same time, the glue on the silicone pads is rated higher than the rating on this thermal fuse. So in theory, the thermal fuse should pop before the adhesive on the silicone pad would reach a temperature where the adhesive itself would start to release. That makes sense. And it's very critical that you put one of these in, and once again, that it goes on the load side, the incoming side, not the outbound side. Okay. It does talk about mounting the ground. It says to use an M3x8. This particular bed, and I can't remember where I got it because I've had it for well over a year. These holes back here are M5s. That's an M5 by 10 going through the thermal fuse and into the bed. And then this one is actually like an M5 by 6 because it's a 6mm bed. So these are on there good. A little bit of Loctite on them as well will not hurt. Now it talks about installing 4 M3 T-nuts into your rails, 2 into each rail. That out of my way for now. And then we need the M4 thumb nuts. It's pretty interesting that they use M4 thumb nuts as spacers. Hey Timur, how are you doing today? Just going to semi-line up the front edge. Because the back edges I'm going to set in place after I get the front. And I'm going to take my ground wire and just feed it down through the base. Bring this and just kind of line it up. Set it down there. And we need, I will figure out the measurement. They say 25 millimeters from the, let's say the front edge of this extrusion is the start point, and then it will tell you to measure a little bit later for the front edge of the bed. So once again, I'm looking at this as just being an initial rough measurement because it's really the placement of the bed at the end that's going to be critical. Getting your full travel motion. How are you doing, Timur? All is well on the Western Front. I am going to stream my Merc 0G build. In fact, it is sitting on the floor right behind me. And we may be talking about that in a little bit once we get a little more done on this one. Once again, this one will not go bird today because I let some sparks out late last night, early this morning. Apparently 24-volt USB to CAN boards don't like being connected to mains. Things kind of go poof. I have been able to talk to the SB2209 on the tool head because I was able to connect to it via USB and reload the CAN boot on it, but I cannot see it over the CAN bus. So I noticed a spark up here. I didn't notice the spark here because it was upside down and I was really looking at the electronics bay versus the tool head. So I did order a new SB2209 and hopefully nothing else up here got fried other than just that board because I can still talk to it on 5-volt over the USB-C. So later in the stream, we may see the 0G build get up here and I'll go over all the parts that I have so far and what I am still waiting on to arrive from what I'm going to say will be the main sponsor of that build. Okay. We need some M3 by 16s. Socket head cap screws. Hey, Food Dog, how are you doing this morning? I'm doing great. It's, you know what? Okay. So we'll go into full disclosure mode here. It's been a hell of a couple of days. We'll just go there. So we're kind of missing something, right? Like at least half or 2/3 of a helmet. So this is the Heavy Mandalorian Spartan mashup from Galactic Armory and Polymaker Silk Chrome. This was printing beautifully. A lot of my layer issues have been squared away on this printer. This is off the Merc 0G Merc based on the Ender 5 Plus. You know, if you get in the harsh lighting, you will see layer lines, but the larger layer line issues have been solved, right? The problem is this is printing at an orientation something like this. And I didn't measure it because when I went to take it off the build plate, it separated from the build plate. So I didn't actually get a measurement. So I could say, oh, well, I'll just start from point X and go up. And then I'll just meld the two together. So what happened was the filament broke in the extruder at the extruder gears, which means it's past the filament sensor. So when I noticed it, it was printing about a centimeter in the air, and it was printing air. So in the course of tearing the top end apart to clear the filament jam, so I had a clear filament path, I also discovered that the mount for the extruder on the EVA 2.4 system had cracked at the left screw joint that clamps the extruder down. So a little bit of acetone and a little bit of super glue and skin left behind. It's back up and running. Now I need to print that part. However, that part Let me grab that part. That part looks like this, right? So these 4 holes mount to the MGN12 carrot, which means this holds up the whole tool head. So I'm not going to be able to just undo these a few screws, pull this out, put the new one in without having to hold that entire tool head up while I do that. And it cracked right here on this area right here. Right? These are M3 nuts that are just press fit in. Then the other thing you'll notice is this piece right here. That's the XN stop that gets held in place. Now, luckily, it's not screwed in place. There's just a couple of little nubs that hold it, and it's press fit in place. But that's another thing. So I'm going to need a set of hands to do this. And I'm going to see if I can't enlist Evil Diesel to come over and play that extra set of hands. Basically, hold the hot end up while I undo the necessary bolts and screw this in place. And it is going to be a mismatched part. And I will just reprint this in fluorescent blue for the other Merc build. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So I had that extruder issue and a failed print. And this is about a half a spool between the helmet and the support material. Right? Then, as that happened yesterday and my frustration ensues, oh, and by the way, I think I'm on a view that I can pop that up. And as you can tell, it is up and running again. So temporarily, but it is up and it is pushing plastic again. So that's good. Then, as I was talking to Miss Dragon, who's out in Colorado with her mom right now, I'm sitting there and I hear this weird noise out of the corner. And I go, hey, I gotta go. That's not making the right sound. The Sherpa Mini on the ender actually unbolted itself. Yeah, the screw's back there. And when it did that, the extruder continued to do what it was doing, which was driving filament, which means the extruder walked up the filament and off the back of the printer. And when I say walked up, I mean walked up because there's about that much PTFE tube that sticks through the top of the mount that goes into the bottom of a Sherpa Mini. The Orbiter doesn't have that because the Orbiter has a metal tube in it. So it flush mounts, and your PTFE tube is flush mounted to whatever mount that it goes on. But on Orbiter, there's about that much filament, about a centimeter, that sticks up into, in the Sherpa Mini, that sticks up into the Sherpa Mini housing. So it actually walked up. Hey, Miss Dragon, how are you doing? It had actually walked itself up the filament and off the PTFE tube, and what I heard was it fall onto the bed and continue to move itself across the bed as it was walking up the filament. So that's why I had to get off the phone with Miss Dragon yesterday, just to go and solve that issue. So there's the 2 kerfuffles, and then the third was letting out the magic smoke. So yeah, I had my 3 kerfuffles yesterday. So yeah, Saturday is a new day. Saturday is going to be a better day. So the magic smoke was technically Saturday. So where were we at? We're going to put some M3 by 16 screws in the front. And these are going to go through the bed, through those M4 nuts, which are going to act as spacers. and down into our M3 T-nuts if we're lucky. I think we got lucky on that one because that one just snuck. Now the bed is tilted slightly backwards right now. So when I go to put the M3 nuts and spacers into the back, it should, I'll say, give me a little bit more space up front. That one feels like it went into it as well. Now, what I'm going to do on the back here, because I'm not a complete masochist, so I just moved these M3 nuts back past the end of the bed. I'm going to set my M4 nuts on top, lining them up, and these do go with the fatter end towards the bottom and the smaller end at the top.
Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Frankers 100.
I'm going to take a couple of M3 by 16 screws. No, and I was talking with Free Heathen last night, and he's like, it always comes in threes. And I'm thinking, well, technically the failed print due to the extruder is one in and of itself, not two separate vents. And that's where I should have went to sleep. So what I'm going to do now is just make sure that that screw is biting into the M3 nut beneath it. Same thing over here. I'm just looking for alignment there. And now I'm going to lift this up and I'm going to scoot this forward into the slot. Should be able to just get them in there. In this way, I'm not trying to measure space and all that.
New mic fun smile, Mr.
Now, the other thing I'm going to say is I am not going to take these and put them all the way, into the slot. I'm going to slide them back about halfway. And then I'm just going to make them just a tiny bit snug. Because once again, the bed itself needs to be able to expand and contract and move a little bit. So I don't want the screws pushed all the way in on themselves, because then it won't be able to expand freely and it can bow. Same thing side to side. So what it will tell us to do is only tighten one down and the others are just going to be a little snug. We don't want it like moving massively, but we don't want to crank down on them so that it can't flex a little. Hey, Titans Revenge, thank you for coming in. Yeah, if I can share my knowledge and prevent others from letting out the magic smoke, I will. To date, I have not, and this is probably printer number 17 or 18 that I've built. Some of them I'll say assembled, like, a Prusa Mini, you buy the assembled kit, it's 3 screws and connecting a few wires. Now, those printers also included things like the TiVo Tarantula, which is still sitting over there in parts, where it's a power supply that just sits there on the deck. Well, on the deck, on your table next to the printer, as in like a standard LED power supply, just sitting there fully exposed, and the electronics mounted to the face of one of the uprights. So I never let the magic smoke out there. I had an ANET A8 that I never let the magic smoke out on, and it never did burn a house down. So I was due. Thank you for the 100 bits for the new mic fund. I appreciate that, Major Gamer Geek. Yeah, that is something that's there. I am trying to get a new mic. It'll be a wireless mic versus the wired tether that I'm using today. I don't want to run an Amazon wish list yet, though I might for smaller things, but I think bigger purchases like that, you know, I'd much rather have, um, donations, cheers, or bits, or subs that will help me go and buy things like that. Because that's, I think the mic I'm looking for is fluctuating around $170 to $190. And it's a 2-channel wireless mic. So the nice thing about that is I should be able to use one. And if it's a long stream and the mic goes down midstream, I should be able to unplug it, plug the other one in, and keep. Yeah, not a problem, Mrs. Dragon. Do you have your mom and brother with you, or is it just you today? But yeah, no, the 3D printers, and oh, by the way, um, go ahead and switch the camera here. So 3D printers do reach out and bite you as well. So this is a pretty long horizontal one there. That is me reaching in on the side of the bed, trying to level the ender. And I'm doing this at temp. So the bed's at 110 and the hot end's at 170. And I'm reaching in there, with a piece of paper, trying to level the bed, do a bed screws adjust before starting some prints. And got a little too close and put my arm up against the edge of a 110-degree bed. So I did get a little bit of a burn. Grandma Dragon and me. Okay, so I got Grandma and Mrs. Dragon there. So, all right. I'm going to move my wires out of the way here. Get my round pushed through. And we'll work on attaching that here in a little bit. And then we'll work on attaching our other wires in a second. Now what we have to do on our assembly is we've got all 4 corners in, and it definitely says don't tighten. Only tighten one bolt fully. Leave the remaining bolts slightly loose, and that will allow for the thermal expansion. Route all your wires through the bottom. I routed the ground through because the rest are going to go into the Wagos. And then this is the more critical thing is we're looking at the bed itself needs to be 35 millimeters from the front face of the printer. So we're looking for, 38 millimeters. So we're going to roughly get to 38. And we need to move our bed forward. Match that. Sure that our screws are loose so they can move. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock this side down. I have a feeling when I was knocking this side went forward too far. Got it 38, check. Looks good. And I'm going to for this board, I mean just the screw itself, because I don't want it all the way to the end without a place for it to expand. Tighten this one down. My left front one's the one I'm going to tighten down and huggy-duggy a bit. So that'll be, if it expands, it's going to expand this way and backward. And like I said, this next one, I'm just going to feel it snug. Okay. So our bed should be good and in alignment. And then we're going to want to connect our wires up. And so once again, the way our Wagos are set up, this side over here is the load. Okay, so that side's the load. And the first thing we want to hit coming in off the load is going to be our thermal fuse. So we're going to take one leg of our thermal fuse, make sure our wires are twisted, lift up the Wago, and we're going to put in our thermal fuse. All the way back, lock it down, do the tug test. Okay. Next thing, so the wire electricity is coming in, going through the thermal fuse, so it needs to go all the way through the thermal fuse. So the next connection is going to be the other leg of the thermal fuse. And from there, it's going to go into the bed. Doesn't really matter which leg, because the bed is a big resistor. So we're going to take that leg, make sure our wires are nice and twisted so we don't get any frayed wires out. Then push it all the way down, clamp it down, get the tug test. Okay. So now we've gone load, fuse, fuse, bed, which means the next side is going to be the other bed wire. And then that's going to be the one that returns to neutral. So go ahead and get this one there. Lock down, full test. Okay, so now our bed heater is up. Now I've already got the 2 wires in for the thermistor. The thermistor is a resistor. It doesn't matter which order it goes. So we're just going to go ahead and put those in the matching Legos. Full test. Okay, so all of our bed wires are now wired up. If I really wanted to, I could probably move this back a little bit more because the wires are good there. But now the next thing we need to do is flip it up and go underneath to actually do our wire connections. Yeah, Mark III kits are pretty much easy mode, Major Gamer Geek. Hey, West everyone, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. So it was kind of eventful. I think you were around on some of the channels where I was explaining some of the fun I've had, but we had a couple of print failures. So the latest helmet kind of didn't finish, right? It was printing with this front edge down, kind of in that orientation. And I went and looked at it and realized that I was printing in error. So the extruder had, well, excuse me, not the extruder. The filament had broken in the extruder at the gears, which is past the filament sensor. So the sensor never triggered to put it into a pause state. So, and in the process of trying to fix it, I realized that the mount itself was broken. So I had to go and fix that mount. A little bit of acetone because it's an ABS part. So I did a little bit of acetone welding and some super glue, and that's got it back up and running. So that printer is back up and running. In fact, it is printing the helmet again as we speak, as you can see down in the bottom left. So we'll be looking at on that because I will have to do a spool change in the middle of this now. It's a little over a kilogram of filament. So I was going to have to do a spool change anyhow, but hopefully my fix works at least for this helmet. Because I'm going to need an extra set of hands to actually replace that piece. And it won't match, but I'll use the piece that I've already printed for the 0G build that will start in a couple of days. Okay, Miss Dragon, have fun on your Zoom meeting, and I'm sure I'll see you duck in here in a little bit after the meeting. So, but yeah, so we had that fun. As I was talking with Miss Dragon the other day, the extruder, and the other day being yesterday, the extruder on the Ender 3, actually the bolts holding it on, I realize now there was like a thread and a half holding it down. So I've since put longer bolts in it. But it had actually come loose, and the gears actually lifted the extruder off the PTFE tube, and it fell off the back and continued to climb up the filament. So I actually heard it hit and then start scraping on the bed as it decided to go for a walk. So I had to cancel that print, get that fixed, get prints going again. It's been printing ever since. Then on our wiring here, you may see a couple of things that are a little wonky. One, there's this big bundle of cables here. I'll explain that. And then I've got this USB-C cable just sitting here in this space. Well, this space is where the USB to CANBUS module will go. Apparently, it doesn't like it when instead of plugging it into the 24 volt for input, when you plug it into mains and then hit the power switch, it kind of doesn't like 120 on a 24 volt circuit. It kind of let me know by this big spark. So I don't know if the tool head board's damaged. What I can tell you is I did have a second UTC board. I plugged that in. I get something on the CAN bus, but it's not talking over the CAN bus. The CAN bus wiring, I do have continuity on all 4 wires, so the wiring still seems to be good. and I can talk to the toolhead board via USB because I have reflash CAN boot on it. But I can't get anything to talk over the CAN bus cable, even with the new U2C. So I did order a new SB2209 board today. It should get here tomorrow. And I'll play with that on the bench without anything else connected to make sure I can get it, the firmware loaded for Clipper, because you have to put Clipper on it. And what it is you would put CAN boot on it, then you would install Clipper. What CAN boot allows you to do is then flash Clipper upgrades to the board without having to undo the CAN bus, put in a Cat5 cable, and put in a USB-C cable, put it in DFU mode, load it, then redo your wiring. It just makes it easier. I don't think anything else on the tool head fried, but I won't know for sure until I get that board in and get it replaced. And like I said, I'll test it on the bench to make sure that the Raspberry Pi can talk over U2C, or excuse me, over the CAN bus through the UTC to the board with nothing else connected to it. And once I validate that it's good, like I did before on my EBC, on my 0G Mercury 1, then I will put the tool head or the board in the tool head and make sure everything's. So that'll happen on Tuesday stream. But we're going to continue to get as far as we can. So we've got our bed mount. As you can see, my load wires are already done. My neutral wire is coming over to the neutral. So the power side is done. This is the ground cable that I just snaked through. I could probably cut it shorter, but I'm not going to for the time being. Just going to plug that in, do the tug test. So now the bed is grounded. There's one more place here, and that'll be for grounding of the frame, which I still need to do. So for now, I'm just going to kind of tuck these a little bit out of the way. There's a little bit of the wire routing side of things going. Move things around. So, okay. And then you notice that there's these two bundles here. So whenever you're testing out your Clipper install, there will reach a point where you will take an ADC error. Okay? And the ADC error basically means it can't read temperatures. So let me apply some power to this and I'll show you what I mean. Okay. I'm going to plug this in. Now, what I'm going to do is unplug the heater bed thermistor. Once again, this is just a bundle of thermistors, right? And I just plugged 2 of the 5 in just as a test because I needed something to sense temperature. So I'm going to hit the power switch. You see various lights come on. And after a couple of seconds, our interface come on. That is, okay, so our interface is up. and you see we're taking an error. It says MCU shutdown, ADC out of range. This generally occurs when a heater temperature exceeds its configured min or max temp. Because there's a min temp set in the printer.config file, it's barking and saying, hey, I can't read a temperature on one of the two, right? Because once again, I only have a thermistor wire connected to the hot end because, well, there's no connection to the hot end, so it can't read the one on the tool. So I've got that set there. So now what I'm going to do is just shut this down, because we've got enough bright lights already. We don't need to make any more shocking discoveries today. I'm going to turn the power off, wait for the lights to go because that means the capacitors are discharged. Then I'm going to take this black wire, which I have labeled as heat HB temp, and plug that in to the port for my heat bed thermistor, right? Then I'm going to power things back on. Give it a little bit for things to come up. So try again. And boom, you'll now see that we have our interface. So that tells me that the Raspberry Pi, which is running Clipper and Mainsail, is working because I've got my web interface. It's also telling me that it's talking to the Octopus controller card and that it sees a thermistor input on both the hot bed or the heated bed and the tool head, because I've stuck a thermistor in here just to get a reading. Now, what I've done currently, so I didn't get any other errors, now on my printer configs, I have a tendency to go through and add some comments in here about the setup. So this is named Fae Dragon. It's a Voron 2.4. It's running a Big Tree Tech Octopus version 1.1 with TMC 2209 drivers. Hey, Subsector, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us. I am running a Clockwork 2 stealth burner with a Big Tree Tech EBB SD2209 CANBUS tool head board, which I think I smoked last night. Physical end stops, so clicky switches for the X and Y. Voron tap connected to the 4-pin end stop PB5 at a 5 volt. So the Voron tap can be either 5 volt or 24 volt. So you need to know which connector you're connecting it into. Connected into the probe, it uses VN or voltage N, which would be 24 volt. If you connect it into the end stop out, it will be 5 volt. So this is just telling me how I've connected that in, so I try not to let the magic smoke out. And I also say here that I'm running a Canova 120 volt, 500 watt silicone. Other thing I do is I come through here and I've got my SB2209 MCU set up and the CANBUS UUID when I was able to talk to it over CAN. But these are commented out right now. If I uncommented these, it's going to throw errors and I won't be able to check some other things. But I also go through and I make comments throughout. So where are we at? Things like X, right? The end stop pin would normally be PG6. And I have a thing here that says need to update to reflect SB2209 pin. And I've already got that pin here. So all I would need to do is uncomment line 113 and comment out line 12. But you see there's an, whenever you're using a CANBUS or two MCUs, you can have multiple controllers. So rather than using an octopus, what they did originally was they ran two SKR minis, because you needed 4 for the Z motors and then 3 for the B, the A, and the tool head. So you would run one board for the Z motors and another board for the other 3 motors. So how do you differentiate which pen to use on which board? So this SB2209 is saying use this MCU and then the specific pen on that MCU. So that's what we're doing, is we're calling out that for this end stop, we're going to use the SB2209 board, which is on the tool head, and this particular pen on that board. Okay, so that's how we're making those notations. Now, what that will allow me to do once I get that board replaced and I'm now talking over the CANBUS is I can then go into this file, do a Control F, and say I want to search on SB2209 and just say next, and it's going to take me to the next spot where I've called out SB2209, and that tells me, okay, I know what I need to do. I need to comment these 3 lines out and uncomment these 3 lines, right? Because for the extruder, it's now running off the 2209 that's on the tool head board itself, right? So now that I've got those notations in here, I can easily go through just doing a search and go through and make the changes necessary to switch over to that board when we're ready to do the software. Now for the tap, there's a few things that we needed to do, and one of those is in our probing section, right? So in our probing section here, this pin is just a placeholder. If I don't define a pin for the probe, it throws all kinds of errors. So this would actually be one of the probe pins on the octopus board. So for now, what I've done is uncommented one of the options. So once I get my tool head board going again, I will comment out line 374, and I'll uncomment line 381, which is setting the particular pin probe that the pen that I'm using on the board for the tap probe, the tap optical sensor. The other thing that you need to do is, because you will now be probing with the actual nozzle, you have 0 offsets. So we've changed our offset for Y to 0. And I just left the note in here of the standard probe and why I changed it. Then there's also a set of code here that you have to add to the probing section. This is in the instructions for the Voron tap. So it's just a copy paste. And what this piece of code here is doing is checking to see what the bed and the nozzle temp is. It will not let you probe the bed if the nozzle is heated above 150 C. And that is to prevent damage to your bed. So if you're running a PEI surface and you touch the bed with the probe and your hot end is at 245, because you're going to be printing ABS, you will actually melt through the PEI and it will go all the way through until it hits the bed surface. So let me rephrase it. You will melt through the PEI and it will start probing against the spring steel sheet, the actual steel portion of the spring steel sheet versus the top portion of the PEI bed. So that's why it's got this in here to make sure that you do not probe if the bed is too hot or the heater, the tool head itself is too hot. Okay. Fan controls. Once again, we'll have some SB2209s because our perk cooling fan and our hot end fan will be controlled off the board itself. So we'll go through this once again in more detail once we get there. I just wanted to kind of show you how I can tell that I am talking to the web interface on the Raspberry Pi and how it is talking to the Octopus. Because if I unplug that heat bed thermistor and there's not a thermistor there, it's going to throw an error. And you can tell that we've got our temperatures showing up. So we're good there. Actually, our shooter temp and our heat bed temp. And they're relatively close to being the same. The Octopus, this is the temperature that the board itself is reading. And then the Raspberry Pi is the temperature that the Raspberry Pi board is sending itself. Just checking I'm not dropping too many frames. I just noticed that chat got very quiet. So I'm not sure if I'm being too verbose and I've lost a lot of people or if you guys are just being quiet. So what's everybody working on today? Let me get some interaction. Let me know that you guys are still with me. And subsector, I am so glad to hear that Riker is now eating. That he just needs something live and something bigger that apparently would be worth his while. You're adding the Revo Micro to the Fluorescent Mini. Awesome. Now, Major Gamer Geek, did you buy just a standard Revo Micro or did you buy the new Revo Micro for the Fluorescent Mini, which comes with the printed parts? Because they now have a version, they've got a drop-in version for the Revo for the Prusa Mark IIIs. And it comes with, like, it doesn't come with the fan because, well, you're not going to use it when you put it into a Prusa anyhow. And then on the, okay, you got yours before that? Okay, so they now got a version for the Prusa Mini, which has that, I'll say that printed fan shroud part already, or the mount already there. So you don't have to worry about printing yours. So, okay, so you had to print yours. Nice. Which is good anyhow, because you can add some color flare. Lester, you're driving, taking your truck to get the coil packs and spark plugs and rotors. Oh, that's good. That's good. You'll need that coming up next month for the drive to Murph. So, yeah, standard Revo Micro printed your own ASAL. Good. Good. And your plan is to be able to, or your plan is to print ASA or ABS on the Revo or the Prusa Mini then? Prusa Galaxy ASA, that's nice. I love the Prusa Galaxy. I haven't done the ASA yet, just the PLA and I think they have it in PET G as well. But I love the Prusa. I just wish it wasn't so darn expensive. Yeah, it's always good when you have friends that are mechanically inclined that can do those things. I mean, I've done those things, but I wouldn't do that on my new Silverado, right? Partly because when you do things like that, you're supposed to disconnect the battery, and when you do that, you have to send it a reset code, and I don't have the I'll say the dongle to plug in to reset the codes and things like that. So you kind of need somebody that's a little more knowledgeable there. But back in the day, like we used a Chilton's manual and pulled a engine from a Ford Escort, an 80s Ford Escort, and completely rebuilt the engine. Like, tore it completely down, had the head milled, had the cylinders bored out, partly because downshifting into second gear doing 80 miles an hour on the highway kind of does bad things to the engine. So we wound up having to do some rebuilds and just a few parts along the way. Hence why we need to have the cylinders honed and a little bit of an overboard done to them. But my brother was driving it at the time, so we had to fix it so it could be handed down to me. And then the rack and pinion steering was about to go on it. And so we traded in, and I got my new car, which was a Pontiac Le Mans. Oh, you got a Pathfinder. Nice. Oh yeah, I love my Prusa Mini. In fact, it's been sitting over here quiet for a while. A lot of my printers are quiet right now. I'm seriously considering pulling a couple of them downstairs since Mrs. Dragon's not here and hopefully not on the call listening. And I'm going to kind of spread them around a little bit so I can play with the 15 amp circuits in the house to get some things going because I need to start printing parts for like a Death Racer and a Top Fuel Dragster for Murph. But right now I can't run that much in this room or I'll pop a circuit breaker. And having two printers printing ABS ASA would be enough if they pull at the same time on the heat beds. So I still need to get the electrician in here and to drop me two 20 amp circuits so I can run multiple printers up here. And I'm going to probably take a Prusa, much as I hate to say it, I'm probably going to take a Prusa over to Evil Decent so he can start printing some stuff too for a Death Racer and or a Top Fuel Dragster if you want to spring one. 215,000 miles on a Pathfinder. You put all but 1,000. Wow. Wow, Western One. That is awesome. Hey, Darth Gollum, how are you doing? Okay, the new spool of Prusa Galaxy ASA came with my minis. Nice. And since you bought the minis used, obviously it didn't come, but that's the best way to buy, I'll say, filament from Prusa right now is when you buy a printer, go ahead and put in a filament order at that point. So you're supposed to you're supposed to be able to order it from printed solid, but it's the same type of thing. You don't always have all the colors in stock. The shipping won't be as much, but yeah, building it in when you're buying a printer is always good. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, it's always good to chill out some. Uh, okay, where are we at here? So we know that the printer's up and talking. We've added the heat bed, and the heat bed's doing good. And we know Sparky Spark on the heat bed. So we are good there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to jump to page 240 of the manual. I'm going to switch our view again because I am going to turn this back off. There's no sense in having it running at the moment. So you see that light blinking, and that's it writing out as I just told it to shut down. So you do want to give it a couple of seconds, and you do want to shut down via the web interface before you just come in and flip the switch so you don't corrupt your SD card on your Raspberry Pi. Okay, so that's done. I'm going to change our view back over to the manual. Getting good at these switching things. Remove the plug so we know that we're definitely not powered up. And we're going to start working on the bed skirts. And it wants us to start working with our screen first off. And I will tell you that I have, because I was doing testing, weirdest thing, and I think I know what the issue is. So I had the screen that I was using on the debug, right? Because my thought is, it should be a simple thing, just plug it right in and it should work. And I made sure that my cables were in the right direction. But when I plugged it in, I got nothing on the screen. I was like, huh, that's weird. Now, normally what it says is if you're mixing manufacturers, like if your screen's bisect and you're plugging into a Big Tree Tech Octopus, that you actually need to pull the plastic housings and swap them around so that they're keyed different, right? Or vice versa. If you have a Big Tree Tech display and you're going into a FISEC spider board, you need to do the same thing. So I just looked at this and I think this is a Big Tree Tech. But for whatever reason, when I plugged this one in, it gave me the no bueno and it didn't want to play nicely. For whatever reason. So I took another screen that I had sitting here, which is a BTT Tech Mini version 2, plugged that in, and it came right up. So I don't know. I'm just going to go with it. I know this one's working, so we'll just start grabbing some parts. And getting some things prepared. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the printer off and set it down for a moment on the ground, just to get it out of the way. And this sucker is getting heavy, by the way. It's getting heavy. Grab some other pieces I'm going to need. I think this one, get it away. In that one. Okay. So let me move our camera down. Got a few parts. And based on the manual, we're going to need this part, and apparently I'm going to need to put in some heat set inserts, so we'll go ahead and get that started. Soldering iron fired up. A few heat set inserts. Yeah, like I said, Westery, your mini's still sitting over here in the corner, and I know we talked about it before, but it's obviously printing well because I did print your Westery 1 duck. I did Sharpie on his glasses so that, you know, he had some good glasses, but this did print on your mini, so it is operational and working. And it will be coming with me to Murph for you to pick up there. But I will ransom it. You've got to come to Murph, and you've got to bring my little girl Mia so I can see her. And that one pushed all the way through. Push that one all the way through. This look. All right. Book covers held in place. That insert. What I thought. Oh, you know what? That's why. Because this has to go on first. That would be why. Follow instructions. Instructions. Say one, remove this little piece here because this is just there to help with this bridge print. Should just snap right off. And once again, follow instructions loop. Line it up appropriately and set it in place. Should be a tight fit that snaps in place just like that. Now we'll go and put our heat set inserts, and the heat sets will actually hold and nut the two pieces together. Trick of getting them close and then pressing against the table. Make sure that they're flush for the next operation. Yep. And I will have a full bag of begging strips for her. Okay. That's it. We just do that part and then we're off to the next one. Okay. And don't think I have all of these. So we'll have to work around some of it. Go with what I've got printed already. Guess not. So we've got this one here. 1, 2, and 3 heat sets. So we've got a couple of them. The other ones we'll have to hold off on just because, well, I need to print them and I was printing the back, which is a longer print. We'll try and get these printed up and go as much as we can. Nothing really, just me sitting here pushing these through and then looking up and going, well, why is that happening? And I forgot I had to put insert in first because what we're doing with these heat sets is we're actually melting the heat sets to hold these two parts together as one. So we're just doing some prep work right now to put in some heat sets. You know, a couple of parts. these heat sets we're putting in right now are actually what's going to be used to hold the bottom panel on to cover up the electronics. Well, at least the ones that are going in at the bottom there. So this will be mounted like this. The electronics bay panel will cover it. Lurkin, I know Owen says that Western One's downloading and slicing a really cool model to print. Pretty sure she just had to lurk because she got to her friend's house who's going to start working on some stuff for her. Okay, so these top two pieces here I don't have printed out yet. So once I get those printed out, I'll have those in place. But I do have the keystone piece, as well as our two fan pieces. Now we actually need a couple of our 60-20 fans. We're going to put heat sets directly into the fans. So we want to look at which way it's going to be mounted. So the black side is going to be out, the other side is going to be in. And I think that's the side it's going to go on. But let me kind of double check that thought process. This side. Hey, Shenanigans. Oh, hey, thanks for the 100 cheer bits, Shenanigans. Appreciate that. Always nice to get some cheers and bits and subs and all that goodness and donations. Definitely help and be updating things for the stream. The next purchase for the stream is going to be a different mic. And the mic that I'm looking at will be a wireless one, so I can get rid of my little tethered chain here. And I'm looking at one that was suggested to me by Edge of 3D that will actually have the two transmitters, which will enable me to either have somebody else on stream with me, or if one battery dies, I can swap out and midstream to the other channel and still be good. So the build's going well. It had some challenges overnight. I did not take Miss Dragon's advice, and I kept working a little bit later last night. And apparently the USB to CANBUS, it's looking for 24 volts. Doesn't like when you plug it into mains voltage, because for some reason, even though I've used a couple of them before, I plugged the darn thing into mains and sent some sparks. Now I can still talk to the toolhead board. Yeah, because I'm like, okay, I validated, I've got everything wired up right, let me go. Plugged then turned the printer on, and spark went off. Now, I'm able to talk to the SB2209 on the tool head using USB because I did get back in there and I was like, why can't I talk to this? Well, let me go ahead and install the cam boot on it. And I got cam boot on it. Put a different UTC in there that I still had. And plugged everything back in. And it's not recognized. It's not talking over the CANBUS. So that's a challenge. I've got to figure that out. I've got a new SB2205, or excuse me, a new SB2209 en route, and that'll get here tomorrow or Monday, and we'll be able to give it another shot. But yeah, Ohm's law versus component specs. Yep, you put 120 volt onto a 24 volt board, and it does not like it. It does not like it. Oh, okay, Rob A. Thank you for coming in and joining us a bit. Doing some deep carpet cleaning. Nice. Yeah, luckily, this room has carpet and the bedrooms downstairs have carpet, but the rest of the house is pretty much laminate wood flooring. So that saves me a little bit of work because then I have an iRobot that just runs every night. Well, 3 times a week at 2 in the morning, which is an indicator that I stayed up way too late when I hear it 2 and 3 days in a row. Okay, so I'm looking at these fans, and I'm looking at the way the fins are coated. And at least on one of them, I see an arrow, right? Actually, on both of them, you've got the arrow that's going in from front to back. So if you look at your airflow, and the arrow is as depicted, the heat sets are going to go on this side of the fan. So what that'll allow us to do is, I believe that's going to mount the grill on this side, and then the other side will mount right there. Or we'll go all the way through and mount. There we go. So we'll put our sets in here on this side. The fans. Started at 7 a.m. Yeah, I got up about that point in time. They're not liking my technique of trying to push it in there. Okay, shenanigans, thank you. Yeah, we will. We will have. We're going to try and do all the skirts and the panel stuff that we can do today, and then we're just going to have to work on final wiring and stuff once I get the new SB2209 board in, which should be here by Tuesday's stream. And I've also got most of the parts here for the Trident build and the few remaining parts that I need for the 0G build are en route. I do have shipping. They're coming by UPS, and they should be here Monday or Tuesday, I believe. And those are coming from KB3D. And that's going to be, I'll say, the major part of the parts that I will need for the 0G build. So for the 0G build, I've got LDO Motors Jason sent me a set of, sent me what I asked for, which is a set of Trident motors, which are the integrated lead screws. And I wasn't thinking, they're too short for the 0G build. So they will be used over on the Trident build instead. And I just got a set of the high temp AB extruder motors to go with that for the Trident. And then bought another set of 2.4 motors that I will use for the 0G. I'll have a spare, which is always good to have, spare motor. And LDO Motors also sent over a orbiter extruder and filament sensor for the 0G. And then Big Tree Tech sent over a octopus with a CB, or excuse me, not an octopus. They sent over a Manta M8P and a CB1 module. And I've already got all the stepper motors that I'll need for it. And I bought the bed set from Bisect via AliExpress, and that's here. And then the majority of the rest of the stuff I'm getting from KB3D, so it'll be the linear rails, the motion system, or the motion package, an EBB 36 UTC module, and a bunch of other stuff is coming from KB3D. On the Voron, no, I am going to go with the standard 12864 display. But for the 0G, I am going to plan on the big one downstairs. I'm running the Big Tree Deck HDMI 7 board on it. I'm planning on getting the 5 version for the 0G. I haven't ordered it yet, but I need to. And we'll run that one on the 0G. So we'll have clipper screen on the 0G. Okay, and speaking of the screen, and undo that, that's where we're at now. So we're going to take the screen knob off. We're going to line that up on our panel here. Okay, that's lined up on our panel. Then we're going to take and we're going to put the back on it. And we're going to need some M3 by 12 screws. But yeah, I will be running just a standard 12864 on this one. Clipper screen will go on the 0G. And then the Trident will probably still get a 12864 because I have another one of those sitting over here already. Yeah, that is the current plan. Yeah, and I think what I'm going to do on the Trident is it's going to be a quote unquote standard build, which means it will have a full set of drag chains and it will have standard wiring. I may do a tool head board. We'll see, but if I do a tool head board, it's not going to be CANBUS. I'm just going to try and go, say, regular OG on it. Which means I'll go OG, but I'll probably do the easy route again and get a LDO set of wires from LDO. Okay, so we've got the display mounted in the back on. Next, we're going to put our little ring. This is just a little shield ring to cut down on some of the light that bleeds through. Now look at that, and it always shows like it sits flush. Right onto the normally I leave this off. Yeah, that light can be fairly bright. Threaded that on, then we're going to take our little knob and push that on. Make sure we still have enough clearance for the click, which we do. All right, you're at the mechanics. Sounds good, Western one. Then we'll need our this is the say the pivot joint, and station wise it goes like that. It sits right on top. Sits right on top. Bit of cleanup. Lined up. Be an M3 by 40. And this is going to go through that piece, which, like I said, is a hinge pin, and it'll just screw into the plastic. So sure you're straight and lined up, and then screw that in. You don't want to hug it. You just want it to go just so the head just bottoms out on the printed part. And stop, because once again, this becomes a hinge mechanism. Okay? I'll free up over time. Then the other thing we're going to do is to make the hinge, we're going to take filament and feed it through this top piece here. Oh, I made sheet. I can get this to push out. We're going to cheat. I'm going to have to possibly drill those channels out some. Got something small enough. Hey, Royal Nomi, how are you doing today? They find you doing well. Hope your back is doing well as you've been resting. Trying to clean these channels up a little bit. Want to enlarge them, but at the same time, just a little bit of over extrusion. You hurt still, but it's okay. All right, well, be careful. And have you talked to the doctor? And are they recommending any surgery or anything? Or are you going to be able to hopefully just heal up well? Hopefully this isn't too loud. Trying to go nice and slow so it's not. Ah, about this, yeah. So in this case, by using the ender for this, normally I'm fine, but it does have a 0.6 nozzle, so some of these finer holes like this just get a little tight. So that's why I'm trying to clean them up. Okay. Well, hoping the best for you, Royal. I know I've mentioned on stream once or twice, but I've had neck surgery, so I feels you. Wish you didn't have to go through it. Eventually, I'll get this hole all the way through. Right. Another day in the life of Nolan. Yep. Saying if I didn't have bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck at all. That should have cleared that. Just a burr left all the way down through. Okay. So now we'll line this back up. Perfectly see through. Let's see, we're gonna close that one too. If you don't succeed, just get a bigger drill. All we're trying to do is just open up this hole ever so slightly so that our pinch pin, which in this case is a piece of 1.75 filament, will fit through it. Between the two, it'll make a good articulating hinge. There we go. All right, so now we've got that piece of filament all the way through, and that'll act as the other part of our hinge. Let's go ahead and get this out of the way then. Okay, up now. Oh, now we go back over to these pieces. So we have one here and one's already on the printer. Others, we won't have printed yet, so we won't be able to put them on, but we'll see what they're looking like. We can do the one here, we'll have the one on the printer. Our keystone jacks as well. Looking at like this, so these are going to pop in with the little clip at the bottom. Of course, it's going to be super tight. Side to side. Just clean up any potential burr on that edge. As we said in the past, don't be afraid to put a little bit of do a little bit of sanding or filing to get rid of any uneven surface that you may have. This is just barely catching on the sides. I will play with those 3x8s. They call for socket head cap screws. These are just accent pieces, so we got that one ready. The other one that we pulled out will go on the piece that's already on the printer. Work on our sanding down our keystone jacks a little more later. Yes, so the Give me one second. So the PIP kit comes with functional parts only. So functional parts are any part that's required to make the printer go burr. So skirts are not required to make the printer go burr. So you will not get skirts with your printed forward parts, and you won't get skirts for the panel pieces because panels aren't required for the printer to go burr. So that's where you would have to put like a box or a bag or something over it to be able to print the ABS or ASA to get your skirts. So yes, so when you get a PIF order parts, one, each bag has a label on it that shows what's in that bag. And it's the same nomenclature. So if it's got an A and brackets next to it, then that's going to be an accent piece. If it doesn't, then it'll be the primary piece. And then one of your bags will have a cut sheet like this. And this says, you know, what the main color is, what the accent color is, what the hot end was printed for, and what the board supports were printed for. Compatible with Formbot and LDO Rev C kits. You know, so you get a full cut sheet of what was there. So because I knew I was going to have to do skirts, one, the colors I got were Polymaker Purple ASA and Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Pink. So I knew I had purple because that's the color that I used to print parts for Craft. So I knew I had purple. So I still may have to buy another spool of it. So I ordered some Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Pink. Because I was ordering some Sparta 3D, which is up in Canada, I went ahead and ordered some more so that the Trident parts that we are printing are our Trident parts are primary is the Sparkle Fluorescent Red and a Sparkle Old Copper. So these are the primary and accent colors that are going to go on the Trident. Okay, and then our 0G build is using Polymaker Dark Gray. This is a Galaxy Dark Gray, so it's got some sparkle fleck in it. And a fluorescent blue. This is going to be the color scheme for the 0G Mercury. So that stuff there. Let's see what's next. So we know we can't do all of these, but we got a couple of them ready. And once I print these other two parts up here at the top, left and right, I'll be able to install those. And then it says we need the printer. So let's clean up just a little bit here. way. Bring this over here. 2 fans next to it. Get our printed parts kind of sorted out of the way. Up there. Here. Okay, so that's stuff's out of the way. And we're going to bring our printer. Moreover, we're going to so we're going to do some flipping and twisting on this. Because once again, the depths on our channels are such that the Rollin T-nuts don't necessarily stay where we want them to because the channels are too deep. I am going to have to play with some gravity here. So, meaning it wants me to put 2 here, but on the inside, and then 4 up at the top. I'm going to go ahead and do the 4 up at the top. Then I will do these after I lay it down so I have gravity working. Orientation of these. And these are the pieces. It wants me to install the 2 side pieces, the 2 side pieces that I haven't printed yet. I'm not going to be able to install those yet. Go ahead and pop these back. You all may see the subtle note that keeps popping up. I do have an affiliate link to Polymaker. I've commented before, I have no idea how much I get from them because I don't think anybody's used it yet. Hey, Pete Savas, how are you doing today? But feel free to use that link if you would like. Every little bit helps the channel. Like I said, I am working for donations or bits and subs and things like that that will help with getting the camera, or not camera, sorry, the microphone for the stream, because I would like to get a wireless mic that'll make it a little bit easier while I'm moving around here, so I don't keep tripping on my cord. And you're seeing me kind of shift around a little bit here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little block underneath here just to raise that up some. And I do that because, well, one, I tried to mount the other screen on here to check it out. And I know I will have problems because the front does sit a little bit lower. Let me see if I can do it right here. The front will sit there, but the knob and stuff will be a little bit proud. So adding just something right there to give me a little bit of a space will help me get this lined up when I'm trying to install it. So I'm going to need 2 M3 T-nuts. you're going to see me use my phone for a light. I hope it doesn't mess you all up too much. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to set this next to it and move these over so that they kind of line up. Where the holes would be on the mount. And it tells me to use 3x12s. So how are you doing today, Pete? Hope everything's going well. And I am going to use my ball driver on this. So I'm just going to line this up. So why the two power supplies? So the larger power supply, one second, this is an LRS 350/24. So this is a 24 volt power supply, which is needed to run the Octopus. This power supply is an RS-25/5. This is a 25 watt, 5 volt power supply. So it takes the mains in and gives 5 volt, and that's what's used to power the Raspberry Pi here. And then this would be the USB-C that'll come up to the USB to CANBUS board that I blew yesterday morning early in the morning this morning when I applied 120 volt to it instead of 24. So I do have a spare UTC board. What I don't have is a spare SB2209 toolhead board. I've been able to talk to that via USB, Raspberry Pi, but I have not been able to talk to it over CANBUS. So that's in place right now. I'm most likely going to have to adjust it once I get the other two side panel pieces in. But we're good for now, and I'm going to pick this back up, put it up on its top. So I'm probably not real centered there, but once again, once I get the side pieces in, I'll be somewhat like that. So yeah, I'm not centered at all. So there'll be a piece that'll go just like that. This will come over next to it. And then there'll be another piece over here, which has yet to be printed. So once I get those printed, we'll be able to get those installed. So you can use a butt converter for it. One of the other things that you use, trying to see what I did with it because I'm pretty sure I brought it in here. Similar to the Voron V0, you can use the here we go. You can use a DC to DC converter. So this is I'll say a fancier butt converter. This is a Tobsun, and it'd be hard to get there, but there we go. So this is a 50-watt DC to DC converter. And you'll get 5 volts out over here for 24 or 12 volt on the input. So this is what you use on a V0. The problem is mounting this. There's no easy place to mount this on here unless I design a DIN mount for it. But yeah, so you can use this. Yeah, this is what came with your V0 kit. So you can use one of these. You can use another buck converter, or the 2.4 and the Trident tend to use that RS-255 connector or 25.5 power supply. And I think it's because a lot of people run 5-volt lights off of them as well. So having that, you can run the lights and connect the lights in as well. Yeah, exactly. So on the 0G downstairs and for the 0G build that I will do next, I got a Manta M8P with a CV1 module. So the nice thing is that's just straight 24-volt power. The other thing, which I've got 2 of them coming in, they're just not here yet, is the Big Tree Tech Pi boards. They're basically a Raspberry Pi 3, but they've got a 24-volt input on it. So you can take 24-volt directly to them versus having to find a 5-volt source. So that's nice because it frees up all your GPIO pins. An Acrodyne 10 to 32 volt. The yeah, so this is a 12 or 24 volt to 5 volt, 3 amp, 15 watt. Yeah, it comes out with a USB connector. That's nice. That's nice. Yeah, that would work great. Now, it says for a Raspberry Pi 4 or a mobile phone, yeah, you got to be careful because if that's a USB-C, yeah, if it's USB-C, that'll work for a Pi 4. If it's, or you have a USB-C or a micro. You need the micro for the Pi 3 or a bunch of other things. And the Type-C for the other one, yeah. Okay. Very nice. Yeah, and they already have the USB plug. And that's the nice thing because, with the on the Raspberry Pis, right? A lot of times you see us power them through the GPIO pins. When you go through the GPIO pins, you lose. It's a power protection. So if you come in through the USB inlet, then you've got power protection circuitry there. So if you get dirty power or whatever, it will normalize that going through these chips right here before it gets to the board. When you go through the GPIO, bypass all that, and you can get dirty power or a power spike and blow your Pi. So when I had the Sparky Spark last night, I was really, really worried that I blew the Pi or something because I mean, I'm connected through the USB. There's nothing that would have prevented that I'm aware of from coming back in and blowing my Pi, but it did. So I don't know if I missed the bullet there or what, but we're still good. So next up, it talks about running the cables for our screen. Now, once again, you'll see on the screen here on the left, they actually put a single dot and a double dot. So the single dot is EXP1, the double dot is EXP2. So all you're going to do is you're going to plug in your cables at your screen. And then do the same thing at your board. Put one there, two there. I will worry about latching that down somehow. Oh, you had a solo come yesterday? Which solo did you get? Our screen was working yesterday, so we should be good there. Now it's going to tell me to flip this around, and because we should have these two pieces installed, but we don't at this particular point in time because they're not printed yet. We're going to turn this around. The SVO6 Plus. Nice. Grab a couple more of our M3x8s and our other pretty pink panel. Ready to install that right here. sizes of those? Could be, because I know there was. And they're slightly different sizes. Because of phones. Oh, there are offsets. Okay. That makes sense now. Yeah, I feel you there, Pete. I just ordered a few more parts that I need for the Trident. Yeah, I just need a couple things. What did I got a good portion of stuff. But I just did order folks over at Tensor 3D, once again, the ones that provide most of the parts for this build. I just got the motion kit, another one of the small meanwheel supplies, an SSR, panels, a few more end stops, and some colored rails to go well with that. The red one, because that's going to be a red. So Pete, you weren't here, I don't think. Were you here when I showed the colors? What did you the Trident, which by the way, the base frame, I did like I did this. I put it together downstairs on the kitchen counter. So that frame is pretty much started. But the Trident's going to be this sparkle fluorescent red with a sparkle old copper accent. This is going to be the color scheme for Trident. And then the 0G build, which sitting over here, is going to be the Galaxy Dark Gray and Fluorescent Blue. KVP Fluorescent Blue and the Galaxy Gray ASA from Polymaker. So, yeah, those are the colors that we're going to be working with. Pull up a little bit more before I pop those. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And the Trident stuff, I've got the rails and I've got some stuff like that. I need the motion kit because I'll need the bearings and stuff, because the first thing you start with is the gantry, because the gantry is fixed on the Trident. I guess I can go around it and start doing the motors and stuff like that, but We will start that build or the 0G build very soon, especially since we're getting close to panels on this one, which is the goal today is to try and get to panels, and then we'll work on a little bit of the rest. So this is going to tell me to put in 4 more M3 T-nuts. One will be used for the keystone panel that we have over here. The other 2 will be used for the back panel, which is almost done. We're at I guess we're at 86%. We've got a little bit longer. We got about another 30 minutes before the print's done. And we'll add that as soon as it gets. And what I like to try and do is just line up these as much as I can to the side. That way I can just sit it on there. Put my M3x8s in and screw it down. Especially since you got to be careful with these that they don't. So because they're not, the channels are too deep, so that the springs don't fully pull the face of the nut up against the rail channel. It can kind of rotate side to side in there, and that's why I'm trying to say I need to play with gravity and work on keeping it using gravity in my favor, basically. Once I get it to grab, then I'll slide it over. Darn it. Guess I can this back off. For that. Slide that in. It's tight. Noggin in the way. Oh, looks like it's probably the right one. This should be the right. So they're offset one way, just a tiny bit. So you have to work the Okay, so that's on there. This one's on here. This piece will be done shortly. Once that's done, we'll add that piece in. Actually, okay, no, that's right. Like that looks like a real small piece, but it's not. It's because this is showing a 250 bill, so it's actually a bigger piece, which, like I said, is the one. So it looks like we're going to get our fans going. And in this case, we're going to use some M3x8s. And this will be the side that's the blank. Instead of blank, we'll have these, 2 of these, and 2 of these. Left side, this over the top, this on the back because we've got our nuts in there. We'll go in with our M3x8s. Just basically making a sandwich on one side. Kind of make a false fan from speak. Totally. So Pete, what else have you been up to besides buying new printers? This one? Trying to solve problems with your existing ones? Yeah, I've got the The Mercury 1 downstairs is back up and running. I'm trying to look over at it occasionally because I had the filament broke in the extruder about, I don't know, third to a halfway through a helmet print. And I caught it as it was printing in air. So I was a bit depressed. This is a heavy Mandalorian Spartan matchup helmet from Galactic Armory in Polymaker Silk Chrome. And so I'm trying to reprint this now. Once again in the Silk Chrome because I had that failure, and when it failed, it actually broke the mount for the screw. So I have it kind of held together right now. I did some acetone welding and some super glue on it. So hopefully that holds through this print. And I need to get an extra set of hands that can come over and help me because the part that broke is actually the part that mounts to the ram. So if I have somebody that can hold the extruder, then I can possibly undo the screws, pick that one piece out, put a new printed piece in, and kind of go. But I need an extra set of hands to help do that. So yeah, so that piece is now done. I feel like I'm missing. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Manual will tell all. Now on the side, I think we can just, this is the side with the RS-255 is what it's showing. So on this side, there's our RS. This should be up here. I have moved it back to put my CANBUS board there. And because I didn't want to remake the pigtail wire that goes to the Raspberry Pi. So maybe I will, and I'll move this forward and put my my UTC board back here. That'll help remind me to go 24 volt instead of trying to put it back into 120 volt and blow another one. Can't get the wave share screen orientation to flip. Your X gantry isn't squared to the frame. Well, the X gantry being squared to the frame should be a relatively easy fix. Back off your screws on your motors, on your A and B motor, move it through the full range, then take it to the back. And whichever one isn't sitting flush, that's the motor side that you need to start tightening up. And work it until they both are equally spaced and hitting at the same time, front to back. Then when you're done with that, it would be a matter of the wave share screen, which I've never used the wave share, so I'm not sure. Google might be your best friend there. So we're going to get a couple of our M3 nuts in here. And these will be our quarter panels here. These are going to be 3x8s. By 8 screw. sliding in and slide it over nice and tight, and tighten it down. Same thing for the others. Okay, so those are nice and tight in there. Then we're going to need an M5 T-nut in the middle. We're going to take our vent one just built. Going to have the bottom piece there, going to the piece of the inside. And there, flush. Give me 1 second. We'll fix this heat set insert before I run into problems. Okay. And 5, 10. Screw in. Right. Figure that out. Do it by hand. Feeling I need that for the next one. Down there. What's up? and tighten that one down. That's one side done. Next side, we work on getting our fans put in next. So in this case, we get our flat edge here. Fan goes in from behind. Get a good orientation for your wires to come out. Just mixing out the bottom. Let's just get this. Bring them off the top. So we're going to line holes up. We're going to put one of our screens on. We're going to need some M3 by 8 screws. Through the screen, through the frame, and into the fan. Set screws that we put into the fan. Put it in there a bit, make it easier to get one of the other ones started. Yeah, it should be simple because I know there's a setting that you can do in, yeah, like one of the, let's say the /boot files that should solve that, but I'm going to go with apparently that's not solving it. Remember, to help with any alignment issues, don't screw any of them all the way down until you get all of them started, and then you can go through and tighten them down, and that'll help a lot. And that way you don't strip out any of the heat set inserts trying to run a screw in at a weird angle. So one fan in there, we're going to do another fan in the same orientation so that our wire's coming up in the top right. Fan covers on. Bring in some screws. Okay, yeah, and I haven't used any of the wave share screens. So unfortunately, I can't help you out there. But normally the Discord is pretty darn good at responding. And you can also work with the like Reddit as well. You can check Reddit out as well. They talk here about joining the two fans and then running them. You know, you can either make a pigtail and then run them into a single fan input. Now, because I've got two fans that are going to be running off the tool board. Hey, Zombie, how's it going? No, I'm going to go for a little while longer, Zombie. I've got a whole other cup of coffee, so I can keep going for a while. So we've been trying to piece in some parts. I still don't have all the skirts printed. There's one back here that is almost done, and then I'll need to print the two front ones. But we're getting there. I did pop my UTC board early this morning when I was making sure that everything was working, was trying to get the CANBUS up and running. And apparently when you apply 120 to a 24-volt board, it doesn't like it too well. So, yeah. I may have goofed. So I have a new UTC board. Actually, I had a second UTC board here. And I've got a new SB2209 board on the way. So I should have that gap squared by Tuesday's stream. As long as I didn't blow anything else on the tool head in the process, it will be good. But as I was saying, because I'm running a CANBUS toolhead board, I have plenty of spare fan ports. So rather than running, a pigtail and combining two into one, I'm actually going to run both of these fans to separate connectors, and then just tie them together in code so that they're both running at the same time when they need to be done. Hey, Pez Liz, how are you doing? Thank you for coming in. Yeah, these turned out to be some very interesting colors. I was a little concerned with purple and pink when I got them, but it's kind of grown on me. So I need a couple of M3 nuts for the sides, and that'll be for the little, I'll call them wings. Three by eights. So as you were looking at these colors, I know Zombie Liz, you guys just popped in. So after I get these on, I will grab the couple of parts for the Trident build and a couple of parts for the 0G build that are coming up. Both of which should hopefully start next week. I'm just waiting on shipments to come in. Once these final shipments come in, I'll have what I need to get started in earnest. But the Trident build is going to be Sparta 3D, Fluorescent Red, Sparkle Fluorescent Red, and Sparkle Old Copper. That's that color configuration for the Trident. And then the 0G Merc bill, probably seen this one before, is the Polymaker Galaxy Dark Gray ASA and KVP Fluorescent Blue. Well, thank you, Pez Liz. I'm trying to get a little more colorful. I'm not a big color person. Like I would normally be perfectly fine with gray and black. Whoops. Oh, excuse me. But gray, black, earth tones, too many years in the military. So we got that. We need another 5 by 10 here. Okay, we got that secured on there. And it says pigtail these two together and bring them into fan 3. And one of the things I need to do is check out the polarity. So this looks like red towards the main chip. We're going to set this on its side. Made bad choices with power lately, so we don't want to make more bad choices with so. Okay. The orientation our plugs go in. All right, they are in the right way. So it says to put one in third, one over. We can make that happen. And the other one, I'm just going to put in the fourth one. And we'll just tell it in, we'll tell it the same thing for the second fan. Just run it the next port over. Now you'll see these right here. It's just a bunch of thermistors. I'm not going to undo the package, but what I did was I plugged one in for the hot end thermistor, because if you don't have thermistors plugged in, then it won't let you get into the main cell interface. It just shuts down. Clipper safety feature. Yeah, 34 days until MRF. This printer is going to MRF, and the 0G is supposed to be going to MRF. So, yeah, that's going to be fun. So, real fast, we are running fan 2 and fan 3. Okay. Oh, wow. And we're into panels, which I can't do the bottom panel just yet because I need to get the rest of the skirts put on. And then we can, well, I can put the panel on. and then take it back off to do the rest of the skirts. So we'll wait and we'll do the rest of the skirts and do any other electrical that we have to do in here first before we decide to button up the bottom. Oh no, Pete, I am bringing the printers. So the plan is me and Evil Diesel are going to drive up on Thursday because it's about a 13-hour drive. We're going to drive up to Goshen on Thursday. We'll go over on Friday and set up a table. And then, be at the show Saturday and Sunday. And then drive back home Monday. And we will do the same type of thing for Earth. So we'll hold off on the bottom panel. Okay. And we will set this back up right. And like I said, this thing just keeps getting heavier and heavier and heavier. We've added the build plate now. Got that wiring in place. Folks, I am going to go on mute just real fast because I need to go my notes. Give me 1 second here. And we're back. Okay. I know, Pete. I know. So are you going to Murph, Pete? I keep asking and talking to so many people about it. Now that I've broken. About that, I didn't realize printers was said, no thank you. Always something. Every once in a while, and I haven't figured out why, but my V0, oh yeah, I can't wait for Murph. I am like dying. Like I am waiting, counting down the days and stuff too. And yep, I'll get to see you there, Pez Liz. Yeah. Oh, and Zombie Hedgehog. Yeah, I got you. Normally I would stay with my son, but he moved like 40 minutes away. And with bringing all of the printers and the fact that he's in like a 1-bedroom apartment and Evil Diesel's going with me, I decided now I'll just go ahead and get a hotel for this trip. Then when we go to Earth, I think Evil Diesel has friends in the area because he's from that area. So I think we've got logic lined up for that. Oh, okay, Timur. Thank you for the information. Yeah. You know, Polymaker, I've had very few issues with Polymaker. Like I said, the recent print failure was not anything with Polymaker. It was actually the filament itself got broken at the gears of the extruder. So what happened was when the gears, well, the the filament broke within the gears, which is past the filament sensor. Like the filament sensor's up here, but the filament broke like right here. So it pushed as far as it could, and then it stopped, of course, pushing, and it was just starting to print in there. And then when I realized it, I was about a centimeter higher than the print, which was annoying. I wound up having to take the extruder off and extract the filament out of the hot end and make sure the path was fully cleared out. When I did get it going again, I had a glob of crud come out because, you know, silk PLA cooking for a while without being moved through the hot end kind of does that. But this is how far I had gotten in Polymaker Silk Chrome on a heavy Mandalorian / Spartan mashup helmet from Galactic Armory. So this is now reprinting, and I'm hoping that it'll make it because the mount for the extruder on the EVA toolhead cracked at one of the screw holes. So I did my best to acetone and acetone weld it and added a little bit of super glue and flesh to go with it to try and keep it bonded. And it's printing right now. Once that's done, I'm going to get Evil Diesel to come over and help me because the piece that broke is the piece that mounts the entire tool head to the linear rim. So it's either, you know, I pull screws and drop everything down, which then becomes a pain to try and get everything back up and lined up. Or I'm going to have another set of hands. So I'll have Evil Diesel come over and have him hold like the extruder and the hot end while I replace some screws. Yeah, they don't have very many colors, and you wait on shipment, right? Because they're shipping it from China as you order it. So it's not like it's sitting in a stateside warehouse somewhere. Yeah, it was looking really nice, subsector. I want to see it when it's actually completed, and then it can join my see the Blood Angel helmet and the Warhammer 40K Chaplain's helmet. Exactly. Exactly. I've really liked the KVP filament. It prints beautifully. And I haven't had any issues with the KVP ABS. The Sparta 3D, not an issue with it. Polymaker ASA has been interesting at times, but the Polymaker ABS prints beautifully as well. So what were we going to do? Oh, we were going to do the bring this stuff over here now. And what we're going to do is the belt cover plates. All right, so we've got our 4 belt cover plates. You were out partying for your birthday, Zombie? Exactly. Goshen's really easy to get around in. And it's not too bad, but yeah, when you go to Maryland, it starts getting congested very fast. So being able to walk rather than drive everywhere might be better. Oh yeah, that's definitely true. Like you will find a printer that prints beautifully with a certain filament or even a certain like manufacturing type. So like it may print and be dialed in beautifully for Polymaker ABS, but you try any PLA or anything on it, and it's a turd. Meanwhile, you've got other printers that like the Mark IV that I can run everything I've thrown at it is printed beautifully. So yeah, and Inland's what I really started using when I first started printing. Your M3x6 button. Side where the goes in and that goes on. So how much progress did you make on the Trident, um, Zombie? And yours is an LDO kit, right? So you should have like everything. Hey, Papa Bear AZ, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So we're just over here working on the Voron 2.4, trying to do everything that we can at the moment. And I say that because, well, my tool head or my tool head is using a CANBUS, and I kind of maybe sort of blew the CANBUS board when I applied 120 instead of 24-volt to it. But we won't talk about that. That was another 1 a.m. ish bad decision. Guys, unless you are a night owl or you work nights, don't do wiring late at just gonna say. You did the Z-axis off camera waiting on some idler pens. Okay, yeah, I remember you saying something about missing idler pens. Yeah, I've got, oh, let's see, I've got all the LDO motors, the linear rails, the controller board, um, a bunch of other stuff. The parts that I don't have, I don't know, the actual motion system, which is one of the first things you work on, is gantry. And I don't have any of that. So I just ordered that stuff this morning. So hopefully it'll get shipped by Monday. And I ordered all that from Tensor. So I will probably give them a call, see if they can't work me a deal on getting it shipped quicker. Okay, so pinch the belt, slide it over, pinch the belt, slide it through the slot, twist it, drop it down. That seems like it's belts are going to rub that way. It's not lining up. So something else. Maybe all of these the same. I feel like this is another one. That's right. It should be able to fit up right underneath the. That's the issue. You need to get it down and underneath the rail, linear rail. And that line, that lined up, channel, that drop down, forward. Did I ever tell you guys I hate hammerhead T-nuts, by the way? Despise them. Despise them even more when I want to do them this way. These will probably work well in the back, but in the front, where you need to get this plate down, and they've got the grooves in them that go in the top of the 2020 on the side, and you really need to get that down and pressed in to move it forward underneath the front linear rail, right? And then you have to, like, there's no way you're going to get a hammerhead in it then. So I'm going to use a roll in. You love hammerheads and can't stand the LDO roll-ins? I don't know, man. I've not had any problems with roll-ins other than black roll-ins on black frames, black screws, and just trying to get everything lined up. And by lined up, I really mean being able to see everything to get it. You see what I did with my tweet? Oh, there they are. There they are. lined up. Should be able to put this in. Don't roll in. Sorry about that, zombie. All right, there we go. So one done. This might be one of those issues where I wind up needing to use some of my own rolling T-nuts down the road, but here we go. Hopefully we've got plenty of extras in. What is this? Must have missed some chat. Let me see. Oh, Bear came in, did the Z-axis off camera, and Rama's mom. Okay, so that's the is that the pen mod for the idlers in zombie that you're working on? Papa Bear AZ is picking up a second Voron. Assuming that's a 2.4r2 tomorrow. Traded for Prusa Mark III. Sweet. That is true. We were trying to look for those pins. It was like me, like I'm sitting there like about ready to say, like, okay, chat, where do I stick my tweezers so I could put these or line these nuts up? Black and red. Gotcha. So he was downsizing. Okay. What size was the Voron? Is it a 250, a 300, or the 350? Clean that off. 350. Okay. Nice. Still kind of you to adopt it. Oh yeah. I would adopt all the Vorons. So I built a V0 and I was like, okay, I want to do a 2.4 or a Trident or one of the other Vorons at some point. And I built a couple of ender wires. So in essence, I have a switch wire now, two of them actually. And I was like, I was always just waiting. Like I needed something to get me going on a 2.4 or a Trident. So when I was at Murph and won a set of 2.4 printed forward parts, I was like, okay, that's the sign. And so I went ahead and grabbed a frame from Tensor 3D, and this is their B stock frames they sell on their site for $50. But they were actually at the show because they didn't want to have to take them home. They sold them to me, let's say, at a discount. So I picked up 2 frames for $20 a piece. So I got this is a 2.4 300 size, and I got a 1.8 300 size. So you know, can't complain about picking up frames that are normally $130 to $150 for $20 each. Yeah, so the T-nuts don't the spring-loaded T-nuts, the channels are too deep, so the spring-loaded T-nuts don't like spring up and hold tight to the face of the rail. But that's easy enough to work around, as you can see. Especially for the price. Simple Core was almost 1.8 with the Z-Rail mod. Yeah. Okay, so we've got all 4 of these plates in, and we use rolling T-nuts versus hammerheads. This Voron 2.4 was released May 13, 2020. Between the releases of 2.4 and 2.4r2, over 2,500 Voron 2 printers have been built and serialized. Yep. Oh, wow. Look what we're getting ready to work on. Ready to do panels. So with that, I'm going to set this down on the ground just for a minute. Partly because I'm going to need to get a panel up here and put some foam tape on it, and partly because, well, I'm going to have to organize these. Because the back and top panels are going to use 1 millimeter thick foam tape, where the sides will use 3 millimeter foam tape, and that's really to give you more room for the belts, right? So you've got different pieces. So in other words, you've got these are the nice, and it doesn't even say which size. They are. I'd have to look at the file names to figure them out, but they are 2 different thicknesses of parts. So the thinner ones you'll use with the 3 millimeter tape, and the thicker ones you'll use with the 3 millimeter tape. Oops. Somehow I feel like I have shorted myself some parts. I started printing other parts. So it looks like we will be able to do the top and back, but we won't be able to do the sides or the front doors today just because does not appear that I have actually, and then these will be for the bottom, does not appear that I have printed all of those. That's right. Over extruding a bit. With that, give me 1 second. Oh, I was going to say I print the rest of these panel pieces, but I've got to do those over on the B0 or slice them for the ender because I don't have them sliced for the ender. So we'll have to work on some of the panels on Tuesday when we get the other parts to redo the wiring that I put up in smoke. Okay. Got those parts there. We need the back panel. Got a smooth side and a textured side. It's up to you. I think I'm going to put the smooth side on the inside versus the textured. Got the textured on the bed. No, we'll put the textured side on the inside. Which means the tape and stuff's going to go on the smooth side. Got everything there. I've got some. Don't do it down here, so we're just going around the corners. Just trying to get this up against the edge. Yeah, too. Some of this plays into your seal, and some of this is going to play into just reducing the overall noise and vibrations of the printer itself. So the better the seal you have, the quicker it will heat up, and the hotter it'll get and stay in your chamber, and less fumes it'll get out, less noise that will get out. So got our panels done. We're going to go ahead and get our pieces done. We need 4 corners and 3 of the side clamp pieces in 3x8s and dreaded T-nuts. So grab my reamers. Oh, you haven't done panels yet? That's true. You're running your 2.4 open and you just put a Is that like a Creality pop-up tent around it? What I'm doing is I'm just taking a 3mm reamer and reaming out these holes because you want the holes to be correct size so that your screws just go in easy. You shouldn't have to like thread your screws into your printed part, especially on here, because what you're going to do is you're basically going to try and set it up so that you use your T-nuts as a form of quarter turn locking fastener. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this looks with panels. I haven't done a paneled enclosure printer yet. Well, let me rephrase that. The V0 is the only one that is fully enclosed like that. And even still, I didn't do like any foam tape on any of the panels. So I might do that down the road, is reprint the panel clips to the next size larger and do the panels on it with foam tape just to help with sealing. I get pretty good seal and I get good chamber temps on it anyhow. Like right now I'm getting 45C chamber temp on the V0. And over here on the Ender 3 with the Wham Bam pop-up, which is not there tiny, getting 32. Now, granted, it's a larger chamber, but that printer's been going for the last, well, since like 8 o'clock. It's now 2, 6. Been going for the last 6 hours, and I'm still only in the low 30C. So, yeah, my V0 and my Ender have been my rock steadies. And of course, the Mark IV and most of my Mark IIIs are rock steady as well. So I've got a lot of reliable printers. It's just, you got to do maintenance on them. Take one down, that's one that's not on the line, print parts for you. Yeah, I've got the custom frame 0G Hydra. The frame's built. It's sitting on the ground right behind me. And we will be building that on stream very shortly. Like I said, I'm waiting for I just noticed that at least one set of these had a layer shift on. That ought to get it. So I'm just going to set this over here because I'm pretty sure I'm going to need it again. Okay, so 3 screws in, hammerhead. I would have figured that Pez Liz has like 5 printers by now. I've got a Mark IV. I don't have the MMU3 yet. Have they come out with the MMU3? Because I haven't seen the email on it, and I think I have notifications set up for it. But that is the plan. Right now, I've got a Mark III. I've got a Mark III with an MMU on it right here. Self-built. It was a 5-set kit that I got from Lisa Harshberger over on my bot stream. And all the parts are printed in purple ASA. Wonder where I got that from. And yeah, that's been working like a champ. So I'm curious. I want to get the Mark IV. Well, I got the Mark IV, but I want to get the MMU3 for it, and see how that works comparatively. Because the MMU3 is supposed to have better communication with the host, but that requires it to be on a Mark IV, and it'll give you better error messages. Like the Mark III, it's kind of like the old computer BIOS days where you have to decode flashing lights to figure out what it needs. And it's a pain in the butt and annoying. So the more information that they can provide you directly makes it easier and less time consuming to figure out what's wrong and what needs to be done and fix it. I would have thought Pezlis had more than one printer. So what printer does Pezlis have? Harder to adopt printers? Yeah, I can see that. Still. I may have to reprint what's in them because they're not. I will probably just do these in the Sparta 3D Pink. Figure out how to make maybe do the corners in one color and the other color. It's like I said, for whatever reason, the Polymaker ASA just seems to give my printers some fits here and there. Don't know why. Because once again, I was getting some weird layer shifts and things like that on the Polymaker ASA on the B0, and as soon as I switched it over to the Sparta, without making any other changes, boom, everything was printing fine again. So it was just really, really weird. Okay, so we got that prepped. And it says now put it on the printer. This down, up. Oh. What I may try and do corners up. Just going to snug up the on corners. This will help be my guide to guide the paneling. Should be able to get in place. Take that side up. Side down there. Just keep working my way around this. Focus has been tuned up, it really doesn't work well. Okay. Now I'm looking at this panel and it looks to be too tall. So I did get too heavy. This one looks like it's going to sit proud of the top as well. So I may have some slightly miscut panels. I may have to take a bit down on a table saw or something. Because you guys are seeing how, right? So I'm down here on that bottom 2020 extrusion and top. We get the right view going. There we go. Sorry, I didn't realize I was on that view. So the bottom panels down here, right? These are all in that 2020 extrusion. So they're in the right place and they're centered down here at the bottom. But it looks like my top is proud. So, hey, Creatix Brick, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us. So this is telling me that this panel may be miscut. So I'm going to have to, I may wind up going through and cutting off the bottom. Like however much that is, probably probably 10 millimeter. Yeah, cut the top off 10 or the bottom off 10 millimeter because I still need this gap up here for the vent piece. In fact, I probably want to make sure I have that printed first to figure out which way to cut. But yeah, it seems like it's 10 millimeters to well, and that's no. Let's see. This will be the top. And the side panel these panels don't fit. Oh wait, no, I take it back. This panel will fit if I orient it in the right direction. So the sides and the top fit, but this back panel, we set this down where it would be. See what I'm saying? So what I need to do is I'll line it up here I'll make my mark and figure out how much I need to cut off, which, like I said, looks to be about 10 millimeters. And then I'll go cut that off the bottom of this panel on the table saw. Just run it through the table saw and cut it off. I got these from Tensor, and like I said, I don't know, like 10 millimeters is weird. I don't know if they got a bad DXF file or what, but it's 10 millimeters too tall. These are the right size for the side panels, but the back panel is just too tall. And it's weird because they sent me two of the back panels, but they're both the same exact size. Yeah, I'm going to have to reach out to them and let them know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The easy solution is just cut it, but I'm going to definitely have to reach out to them and let Mike know. I'll take some pictures and stuff and let. In fact, I might do that right now. And once again, this to show. Yeah, so I'll send that over to Mike at Tensor and just let him know that, hey, these back panels may not be cut right. I mean, it looks like it was routed out on, you know, on a CNC router or something. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm going to have to, yeah. Yeah, it is set down in here, right? Chick Frit. Because that's what I did was I set the these panel clips in here, so I knew that the panel clips were in the right location, and I was going to use gravity to help set these down in there. But hold on a second, and I'll show you. So the side panels, the clear side panels, are the right size. But if I pop this out, match up the clear side panels, right? So the clear side panel is the right fit. But if I match those up, I've got about 10 millimeter more length on this piece, on the black piece. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark it. I will go and cut it on the table saw. I have to drag out the table saw and get it marked and cut. And then I will be able to install that piece. So all of these seem to be the correct size. So let me go ahead and work on the top. I believe the top was 1 mil as well. All right, zombie, take off. Oh, you gotta go and mow the lawn before it rains? Yeah, it's been raining so much and my lawn's so thick. I'm gonna have to wind up mowing it wet, but which would be depressing. So that goes on. Side panels go on with 3 mil tape, which I need to print the parts for because I don't have enough of the thicker corner pieces. Apparently I stopped printing because I started getting layer shifts. Top is once again 1 mil foam tape, and this will be the top. So let me get the film off of it. Seriously. I mean, it's an easy fix. I just need to pass the feedback on to Mike at Tensor 3D. And once again, I have been happy with everything that I've gotten from Tensor. You know, a poorly cut piece, I'm pretty sure they're not cutting it themselves, so that's going to be a supplier issue. That's why I need to let him know. Sorry, that was probably a little loud. But the everything else that I've gotten from him has been great. In fact, the order I placed this morning for the rest of the bits and bobs and panels and stuff that I need for the Trident build, which is also a 300 size, is going through Mike as well. So that, if that tells you anything about how much I like the service and the quality of the stuff I've gotten from Tensor. And Zombie, I don't know if you know this, but in talking with Mike, I guess he was saying that he's got a good working relationship with West 3D. And the fact that, like, he didn't have the LDO motor kit that I needed for this. And so he reached out to West 3D and they actually drop shipped it directly to me. And West 3D, I guess if they're out of something and Mike has it, you know, so they'll work together to get stuff, yeah, to help each other get their orders fulfilled. So once again, we're going to go back to the 1 mil foam tape. Just going to go right around the edge. And it does stretch, so you got to just be careful that you don't really stretch it, because the whole point of the foam tape is to help provide a seal for both noise from vibration, as well as to keep, you know, give you a good seal for, we'll say, the fumes of an ABS or ASA print, and to help with the chamber heating. And specialty is supply, yeah. Well, and I just, like I said, with Mike and Tensor, I was just really impressed with them at the show. And, you know, seeing another small mom and pop type shop that's opening up, you know, another small business in the community that's really working to give us additional supply channels is great. And I have no problem, you know, everything that I've asked for or any issues I've had, I let Mike know, and he's, he he takes it to heart. He takes the feedback to heart, and everything on this kit as well. He's straight up asked me like, hey, I say kit, but it wasn't really a kit, but all of the parts and stuff I've been using, he's like, hey, if something's wrong, let me know. Um, exactly. And like Fabrico, I keep looking at Fabrico because I wanted to get I've been trying to get with Hector about getting one of the new rook kits or not beta testing, but validating the Hydra kit. And he's just been so busy that I haven't gotten a response from him. But they've been trying to move facilities into a larger facility, and they were out at Rocky Mountain, followed right afterwards with Rapid, and at the same time doing a building move and trying to deal with the orders. It's just been kind of crazy trying to get hold of him and his crew. Nothing against them. It's just, like you said, busy, and everybody has been busy. And, I can't believe still the turnout that was at Rocky Mountain and how many new kids are probably working with their mom and dad right now to get a 3D printer, you know. I know at least the one that won the battle racer, I think it was on Sunday, the little girl with the unicorn. Right. This is on the top and be a little bit set it right on the top. Bring the printer up. It should be a little bit easier to line things up. And there, right? Look up those hammerheads. I did have 4 corners made up. Apparently, I don't know why they have just moved to them. I am apparently losing my mind. Uh, but yeah, I'm definitely glad to see more suppliers getting into the market in the area one that tells me that 3D printing as a as a as a form is continuing to get better and more pervasive, right? On the other two, they're still on the backside of the printer. Yeah, that's really nice. I like to see that the industry itself is still growing, and I cannot believe the number of people that were at Rocky Mountain. I've been at Murph the last 2 years, and I'm hoping to get to Earth. Well, not hoping. I am going to Earth for the first time this year, so that'll be nice. So, if you're still with us, I know that, or at least I'm pretty sure you've been to Earth before, out in Maryland. And I know Pez you mentioned that you were out there before as well. Just trying to, what am I looking at? Like as far as attendance size and the hustle and bustle within the venue, because I did get cleared for a table up on the upper deck, I believe, is where I'll be at. So I'll be able to bring some printers and stuff to that show as well. Thanks for the shout out, Maker Deck. The other nice thing with adding panel zombie is it ties in the frame even more, which will should make it even that much more rigid. I know you went out to work. Maybe rewatch this on Bob. Just keep going here. We're gonna just try and get them somewhat lined up, somewhat centered. lose anybody? No, stream's still going. Back from your morning errands? Nice. So, Major Gamer Geek, we've run into a couple of snags. So the side panels get 3mm tape, which I'm not sure if I have yet. I had it on order; it still hasn't come in from Amazon, so I'm going to have to maybe hold off on putting side panels on. We went to put the back panel on, and our back panel so we've got it, our back panel and our side panel there, right? You can see our back panel is a little bit taller. That should not be. So I still need this gap at the top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out and just use this back, one of the side panels, lay it up against here, get it all nice and lined up, snap me a line, and I'm going to go through and cut the bottom end off this panel. That should give me the right height for the back panel so I can put the back panel on. And then the side panels, I will need to put a little bit of time into some prints to get the clips done for those. I thought I had them all printed out, and apparently I do not. So shame on me. So I've got a few more clips to work on. I've got 2 more front pieces to print out. And I've got the back that I just got in that I need to put on here. So we need to flip this over, which this just keeps getting heavier and heavier and heavier. Like, just slightly. So it's this piece here that I need to put in. This we just finished printing off earlier. It'll go right there. I did get some blemishes here. I think I may be over extruding on these pieces. I don't know why, but as I mentioned that, let me factor down some. And see if that doesn't help. Next part. And threes. These. And 2 of these. Thanks, Shenanigans. Yeah, it is looking good. I do have some like this. This isn't a stress. This is the bed weld. So I put bed weld on the printed sheet or the EI textured sheet just to make sure that I wasn't going to have any print errors. And I mean, really, it's on the back. I'm not too concerned about what it looks like, but like this is where I'm saying I'm over extruding. Right? This top surface looks bad. So a couple of these parts I may reprint, but I'm gonna have to get another spool of Polymaker purple to do that. Because I know I'm starting to run low. Yeah, glue stick will wash off, and I can wash this stuff off too, but I just pulled this one off the printer. So, I mean, I could probably take some alcohol and try and wipe the back of it, but like I said, it's on an inside face. The fan piece is on the side here. You know, so like these pieces were the down facing, so you see it more up on this edge. That's where I could see, okay, let me go and think about it. But okay, so we still got our temporary whatchamacallit, thermistor wire in there. We've got these two fan wires we need to do something with. I just zip tie them together and tuck them. And once again, it states to on these wires to English is so hard. It says to run them together in a pigtail, and I've decided not to do that because, well, one, I'm running a CANBUS toolhead board, so it's not like I need the since I have the time and I'm not liking the way. So anyhow, I'm running an octopus, so I've got like 8 fan ports, and I really don't, you know, I've got plenty of fan ports to use, is what I'm getting at. So I believe what I'm going to wind up doing is just running the fans into separate fan ports and configuring them basically the same way, of course, just pointing to a different fan port. And I'm going to just rotate these around so the wires are going to come out here at the bottom versus what apparently, well, they'll come out at what is essentially the top, but bringing them out here, the bottom panel is going to sit on these wires, and I don't like that idea. Basically, I'm going to rotate. Remember, I've got the plexiglass top on that, so I just really don't want to slide it. Yeah, it's on the back. I'm really not going to. It's like, okay, I'll know it's there. Will it bug me? Maybe the first couple of days, and then I'll go to sleep, and I'll be like, nah, it's okay. It's all good. So fans, I want to rotate so that they're coming out that direction. Here. So as far as this build goes, like I said, I've got most of the software already done. I just need to get that replacement CAN board in, which should be here tomorrow, according to Amazon. If it doesn't get here till Monday, it doesn't get here till may see me stream something on Monday because work's given me a quote unquote day for me. So ever since COVID started, Cisco, which is a company I work for, has been giving us these days for me. Goodness gracious, and so we've got another one of those coming up. It's kind of like a quote unquote mental health day, is what it started out for, to help everybody dealing with the isolation of being at home. And, you know, initially we know everybody was working crazy work hours, and the separation of, you know, the work-life balance was a little skewed. So they were trying to give everybody an extra day of just downtime. So I will be off on Monday, which means I'm going to have plenty of time on my hands. So you may see a stream on Monday, maybe in the middle of the day, maybe Monday night. You'll probably see a stream on Monday and then again on Tuesday at my regularly scheduled time. Apparently, I like redoing things because that fan's in the wrong direction. Fan cover stays in the wrong directions. Good thing these are into threaded inserts and not. Yeah, this has been a great build so far. I've really liked everything that I've gotten from Tensor 3D. Really, the couple of issues I've had has been the timing of the motors getting shipped to me. And the issue I just discovered with the rear panel not being cut to the right size. So I'll send that feedback back over to Tensor, but they've been great so far. In fact, I like the quality of everything I've gotten from them so far, that I just placed another order today for a bunch of parts for the Trident build, which will also be worked on here simultaneously. It's going to be a two builds going on at once because I'll have the 0G. I should have all the parts in for that in the next day or two. Just waiting on the last batch of parts that's coming in from KB3D, which is, well, primarily the big bulk of the parts that I'm waiting on. It's not their fault. It's I ordered them late. So those are coming in, and I'll get to work on that. And then the Trident frame is already built. It's sitting down on the kitchen counter still because that's where I was squaring up the frame. And that will be moving up here as soon as I get some space because I have the stuff I need right now to start working on it. It's just a matter of bringing it in here and starting to work on it. So we're going to put these into fans. Six, 3, and 4. I'll check. I'm going to scroll up. Third and fourth ports. And like I said, this board has like 8 fan slots or ports on it, so it's not like I'm hurting for fan ports. We've got our ribbon cables in here as well. There's really no nice and easy way to run those. Try and work them away some. Keep the best air. We're just going to do this because I want to keep the airflow from this fan going over that controller. We still need our new, well, I've got another UTC module. What I need is a new SB2209 board because I may have fried that one. So I'm going to make sure I've got one of those. What else? I don't know. We got the fans there. We've got that in place. My other panels, I need the 3mm thick foam. And you know what? What am I gonna do? Because even if I go to put my sides on, I don't have the panel clips for them. Can't do those. Those are for the back. I think I'm kind of at a stopping point because I need to print out a few more pieces for the skirt and some more panel clips to be able to do the pin. Now, I am starting to run low on the purple. So what I may do is print the remaining panel clips that I need. So these are the thicker panel clips that I'll need for the side panels. Means I should need some thicker ones of these, but these are for the back panel. These I don't know. I think these are just extras. Yeah, I think I'm at a stopping point because I need parts printed. And I could run in some red right now for the Trident build. And I think I'm going to continue to do that through the night. And then when I'm done, I will switch that out or I'll kill that roll and then I'll go into the pink. And I'll do some of the other, maybe I'll do the side panel pieces in pink just to throw some added flair to the build. But we are getting close. Like I said, I've got a few more pieces. It should be here. I've got a few parts that I had to order that will be here in a day. These two front parts right here. Let me. Oh. Oh, apparently I stopped recording because I ran out of disk space, so I need to fix that. So I'm printing these two parts right now, which will let me finish off the front of the skirt. I'm going to cut that back panel down so I can then mount the back panel. And I'll probably do that off stream just because. I'll put the side panels on stream because I have to get in here and do some wiring. It's going to be easier to not have the side panels on, though I will need the rear panel because there's a pass-through for the CANBUS that I need to get in place. Because I'm going to run an umbilical out the back for the CANBUS. There is a way of doing an umbilical and bringing it in over here on the, let me flip this over. Oh, there. Do that. Flip our screen. Okay, so there is a method of running your CANBUS umbilical over here down this channel and around in through your wiring loop. You can do that and run it through your cable chain. However, the shielding on the wire, the insulation on the wire is PVC. And PVC is not very good for cable chains. So I would have to sheath it to run it through the cable chain. And if I'm going to sheath it, then why? Just going to run, there's a mod that will allow me on this back panel to run not just the PTFE tube out the back, but the umbilical out the back right next to it. And since I don't plan on putting the air filter on the back, I plan on installing a Nevermore in the front here. There's no real reason to do that. So we'll run the Nevermore down here between the bed, or at the front underneath the bed. And the nice thing with that is it sits right between there just nicely because it was designed for it. And it's going to blow that air up the front and help create a circulation within the chamber that will help the chamber heat faster and stay more consistent, like a convection oven. So I do plan on installing a Nevermore in here and getting that done. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Like I said, I need to get this tool head talking again. Once I get the tool head talking, and that's good, then I will button up the bottom because I don't want to put the bottom on and button that up just yet. Again, this build plate is from a previous well, it was on my DBot. That's why you'll see some leftover stuff on it. Just need to wash it off. But there's our build plate. For the Trident, I still need to order a bed. Really, because I'm trying to find somebody that has a bed in stock. I'm probably going to wind up having to order it from AliExpress. I think Mandala Roseworks has them in stock, but they're expensive, to say the least. So yeah, I think we're doing good right now. We need to still do the got a couple of things on the punch down list to do. Like I said, my new SB2209 will be here on Monday, or no, tomorrow or Monday. When that comes in, I am going to put the printer on its back, or not on its back, on its side, so that I can access the Raspberry Pi. And I am going to configure that board, quote unquote, on the bench without it being connected to the tool head, because I do not want to stand the chance of frying anything in this tool head if I haven't already. And I won't know if I fried anything in here until I get the new SB2209 talking, because while I can talk to this board over USB and I put CANBUS on it, I cannot see this board through the CANBUS. And I know that I used a brand new UTC that I can see. So and the wire is continuity, even though I ran 120 through it, continuity is still there on the wires. So the issue is somewhere on this board. So I'm just going to get a new board, configure it off the printer on the bench, make sure everything's going good. Then I will put it on here and reconnect everything, and then I will see if I by any chance fried anything else in the tool head. In which case I'd have to either I have a replacement here that I can put on it, or I will have to order a replacement. But I think I've got a spare motor if I need it. I've got a spare Revo heater and thermistor if I need it. And the end stops shouldn't have got fried. If it did, I've got several of those. So yeah, I think I've got everything on hand to replace stuff if it got fried. The only thing that I will know, even the tap, because I've already got another tap kit here for the Trident. So I've got everything here to replace anything in the tool head that got fried. And then I would just have to order the replacement for the Trident build. Which reminds me, I still need to slice up and start the prints of the Trident. I really need to make a list of everything that needs to happen between now and Murph. So, Pets Liz, are you running a list of things you need to do for Murph? Because I'm sure you've got a lengthy list of stuff that needs to get done for Murph. This is for the bottom. You know what? I guess since the top, well, yeah. Since the top panel is cut right, but the back panel, which was the ABS, wasn't. Deck panel. Yeah, the bottom deck panel. And if not, I think I have DXF and I can just recut that myself. Any preferences and or dislikes? No real Fence lights? Well, no black licorice. Don't like black licorice. Everything else you were showing, though, on stream the other night is spot on. So, yeah, that would be cool. Yep. And like I said, I've been really impressed with the Sparta 3D filament. Like I said, the pink on here is a sparkle fluorescent pink, which I figured, okay, I'll need a spool of that to print any extras or any breaks. So I've got a spool of that. And the sparkle fluorescent red and the other stuff, and that stuff's been good. Yep, there you go. You got savory, you got chocolatey. God knows I will probably bring a bucket ton of Hershey's Kisses with me, because that's been my one vice since I've had my gastric bypass surgery. For whatever reason, has been Ritz crackers and Hershey's Kisses. Weird. But yeah, I'm getting. I want to get this thing up and moving soon. It's like teasing me. And I want to get started on the Trident. And I think what I'll do is I'll go through and see what I have and see what I can start. To start putting things together on the Trident, or at least see what I've got on the timelines for the stuff coming in for the Trident. And I've got the rails and stuff, but unfortunately I need the motion kit. I need the bearing stacks and the shafts to actually, or actually it doesn't use shafts, does it? Just uses the M5 bolts, and I have that. I have the fastener kit. So what I don't have are the flange bearings. And I just ordered those today. So unless I can talk Mike into overnighting them, they're not going to come. I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure something out. But really, the one I need to start working on is the 0G. That's the one I've also said I'm going to take with me to Perth, because KB3D is providing a lot of parts. Big Tree Tech provided the Manta M8P with CB1 module, and LDO Motors provided some of the motors and the orbiter extruder for. And all of those vendors are going to be there. So I need to get that printer built and up and running as well. That one I've agreed to take to Murph with me. So. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah. So I have a history of asthma exacerbations that a few years back led to a heart scare, which is why I moved from Colorado down here to North Carolina. And ever since then, I was trying to get stuff squared away so that I could look at going through it and focusing on my weight, because I was on so many steroids and stuff like that for the asthma that it's pointless to try and do weight loss, right? So I went through the program for weight loss, and I lost some weight, but they did clear me for gastric bypass. So I did that, and I've dropped all the way down from like 298 to like 155. And my wife started getting scared. I was like, no, don't worry. It's a process. My weight will come back. And right now I'm like 170, 175 range. But yeah, I've lost like half my body weight. And my body's now, I'm about 3 weeks, or 3 years out, a little over 3 years out. So I'm doing good. Yep. So I'm doing good. It really helped, and it's helped with a lot of things health wise. So yeah, good times. Good times. Yeah, I used to be 298. Um, so where do I have? Give me 1 second, and I will. I believe I've got a picture in here I can show. Yeah, so there's kind of a picture of me with a little bit fatter cheeks and stuff. Still without hair. This is all taken around when I got my master's degree from Western Governors. So I've lost about half my body weight. And it's definitely something that's worth it. It does take some life changes. But for me and my life and my journey and where I was at, I felt it was needed. So, oh, thanks, Britt. I about called you Cecily. Thanks, Critic, Britt. Very nice, Pez Liz. Yeah, so a lot of people will think, oh, well, just walk and run and do cardio. Cardio is not where you lose weight. Um, where you're going to lose weight is doing strength training because that's going to build your muscle up, and your muscle mass is what actually burns more calories. So you need to actually work out and not just cardio. You need to focus more on doing some type of lifting weight. But yeah, constantly, like, we went back and I looked at my medical records, and in like 4 years, there was like 3 months where I wasn't on steroids or an antibiotic of some sort, right? And we moved out here in 2017. So we've been out here 5.5 years now. And other than dealing with my allergies from being in North Carolina, which is a lot more woods than Colorado, my breathing's been great. I haven't been in the hospital other than surgeries. Like, I had my weight loss surgery. Then, lo and behold, you lose 150 pounds and you realize, wow, I've also got a hernia. Let me go get that squared away. And then I had shoulder surgery. So I have a 14 foot by 24 foot shed in the backyard, which has all the woodworking stuff in it, in the CNC and things like that. And we decided we have power run to it, and we were doing insulation. And I was trying to insulate the ceiling, and my wife was helping me, and we've got a 4 foot by 8 foot sheet of 3/4 inch oriented strand board, right? Fairly heavy. And we were holding it up, and I was trying to screw it in, and my wife slipped on the ladder and it started to fall. So I immediately reached up with my hand and grabbed hold of it. And when I did, it did one of these numbers, but I kept it from falling on my wife. But in the process, I tore the labrum, tore the rotator cuff, and tore the bicep tendon. So I tore the labrum in the right shoulder several years ago. So I've got 4 screws in this. But this one, I tore the labrum, the rotator cuff, and the bicep tendon. So they reattached the bicep tendon or the bicep to a different spot. So yeah, this one was bad. But I've also had neck surgery, which is why I wound up getting out of the military many moons ago, and back in 2010. Yep, there you go. You're 80 and weight loss is automatic. Exactly. I joke around because my dad is 30 years my senior, so he's 80. So he's 81, and he weighs more than I do. So I kind of joke around with him that, you know, he should be weighing less than I do, but he actually still, he's got a little bit more of a belly than I do. But yeah, I've had neck, both shoulders. I tore the meniscus in my right knee, which when that happened, it was the last night of the bowling season, and I was the secretary for the league. So funny story. So when I had the neck issue and the shoulder issue, they never told me about the shoulder because of the neck, right? So while I'm waiting for my surgery and everything, I still couldn't bowl because my right shoulder was giving me so many problems. And my doctor one day goes, "Well, have you tried left-handed?" And I was like, "No." And I had to be there anyhow because I was the league secretary. I ran the bowling league. It was a German American league. I was in Germany at the time. And so I was like, "Well, no, I've never thought about it." So I talked it over with my team, and they were like, "We don't care. We know we're not going to make first place. We're just here to drink and have fun." Okay, great. So I get up there and start bowling left-handed. I was a 198 average right-handed, and left-handed, I wound up carrying like a 150 average left-handed. Like I was pot bowling the natural lefties and beating them on the league. So yeah, so I would bowl left or right-handed, it didn't matter. It was just a mental thing for me of I would get up there and I was like, okay, normally I would stand here if I was right-handed, so I'm going to stand here. I put that foot forward. Okay, now this is where I'm going to aim at, and I'd aim, and if as long as I hit my mark, depending on where the ball went, I knew how to make adjustments. So it's just a mental thing. But once I got past that, I was like, yeah, we're good. We're here to have fun. Um, so yeah, then I wound up coming back stateside after having the neck surgery. Found out about my right shoulder, so I had shoulder surgery to fix that, and was out bowling, and it was the last frame of the last game for the season, and I was walking. There was a couple of steps going down into the bowling area, and I was stepping down, and somebody called my name, and I planted and turned with all my weight, and I heard a pop, and that was my knee. So I hobbled up there, threw two balls, and went home, drove home that night, and I got up the next morning, and my knee was like that big around. Kid you not, my whole knee was like swollen. So boom, off to the doctors we go, and yep, tore the meniscus, was in a cast for like a soft cast for a few days until I could go in and have surgery. And my wife's like, "That's it, you're done." And she made me either sell or get rid of my bowling gear. Like she's done. She's like, "If we go bowling anymore, it's going to be like a family event. You'll rent shoes and a ball, and that's it." And yeah, now I spend most of my time and disposable income on hunting and 3D printing. Not sure if she thought that one through. She has realized that I have expensive hobbies because hunting, you spend a lot of money on gear and guns and licenses and land and stuff like that, and there's no guarantee you're actually going to get a deer every year or whatever else you're hunting. Then 3D printing, I mean, I haven't turned it into a profitable side hustle because I'm not printing things and selling them. So maybe I got to figure that out and turn it into. But yeah, that's a little bit more about me. Probably more than some of you want. But yep, there we go. So, yep, a lot going on. I'm definitely in a better place health wise. I'm definitely in a better place mentally. You mentioned stress, and that was the other part of it was being in the military, then getting out of the military and going into DoD contracting. Um, Everything's always overdue the minute you find out about it. All kinds of stress, and like I was literally in the hospital with a potential heart attack, and I was sitting in my room, and my phone started vibrating. It was one of those things of like, okay, a message came in. But my phone was like, and it wasn't a phone call, it was messages coming in. So my boss at the time liked to write emails as text messages. So it would break it up and come in multiple messages. So just hearing my phone start to buzz, and I'm sitting there talking to my wife, and she's like, "What is that?" And I was like, "That's Lee." And she goes, "How do you know?" I was like, "He's the only one that texts like that. Like my kids don't text like that, right?" And next thing I know, like a whole bunch of nurses and doctors bust through the door and come running in. I'm like, "What's going on?" And they immediately brought me down, laid me flat, this, that, and everything, and they're checking. I was like, what the hell is going on? My wife's about to have a freaking conniption fit in the corner. And apparently just listening to my phone buzz and knowing who it was set my heart racing, and they thought I was having a cardiac event. Like they literally ran in with a crash cart thinking I was code blue. Right. And I was like, oh crap. And that was it. My wife looked at me and she goes, unlock your phone. Yes, ma'am. So I, held it up, unlocked my phone. She texted back and said, your text just caused them to run in with a crash cart. His electronics are being taken away, and we will let you know when he can talk. And I mean, that was it. That's exactly how she was to my boss. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And she immediately shut the phone off. And they took the remote to the TV because it was football season, so I couldn't watch football. I couldn't watch any sports. They basically brought me some magazines and said, here, you can read some magazines. But I wasn't allowed to watch the news. I wasn't allowed to read the news. And I want, everything. They were like, no, we need you. Like, if we could put you in a sensory deprivation tank, we would. Right? So, I mean, yeah, it was crazy. Oh, yeah, I was perfectly fine with my wife there. We were sitting there talking. In fact, we were talking about that she was like, that's it. As soon as they said suspected heart attack, she was like, that is it. We are moving. And she spent most of the week I was in the hospital at the hospital with me. And when I went home after getting released from the hospital on long-term disability, the house was half packed. And I looked at her, I was like, you've been at the hospital. Like, they've let you spend the night with me at the hospital. Like, how the hell has this happened? And she goes, I talked to the neighbors knew what was going on. I gave the key to the neighbor and she packed everything she felt comfortable packing. And I was like, okay. Yes, my wife has been a godsend, and I think she came into my life at the perfect time when I needed it. Um, yeah. So no complaints there. Mrs. Dragon has been the best thing. Um, but yeah, it's so yeah. it was fun. It was fun. But like I said, I'm in a better place now. I get to hang out with all of you on stream, which is something I never thought. Like I expected to be the one watching people like Creatix Brick, Pezliz, and Silverback Games, and everybody else out there streaming. I didn't expect to be on this side of the camera streaming it. But you know, it's been good. It's been a great experience so far, and I'm looking forward to continuing it. And I hope I'm able to provide you guys some education on 3D printing and building 3D printers and how not to make Sparky Sparks go. But it's again, every once in a while, it happens. We all do things and cause the magic smoke to release, but it happens. Well, thank you, Pez Liz. Thank you. And the few streams of yours that I've caught where it hasn't been like a ZNZ or, you know, just being on Maker Deck, you know, the few streams that I've caught that you started streaming have been really chill and cool too. So that is great. And I really love the ability at, so I've been to Murph 2 years in a row, and I've met people there and I've talked to the vendors. And when I really realized that things were coming together was when I was working on the Enderwire, and I had reached out to Chris at KB3D and said, hey, you know, I'm in the process of a build. I need this part for my stream that's coming up and it hasn't shipped yet. You know, can you tell me what the ETA is? And he's like, well, we're waiting on this other piece to come in. Let me get this stuff to you now, and we'll send that in a couple of days when it gets in. I'm like, great. And the next night of my stream, he was on the stream, right? And when the wiring harness came in, I was going through the wiring harness, and I realized that I didn't get the legend for the wiring harness. Hey, Stephen Poole, how are you doing? And he immediately was like, hey, hit me up on Discord. So I hit him up on Discord, and he sent me the picture, so we were able to get all the wiring done. And we had printer moving and pushing plastic that night, and it was great. But the biggest thing there was he goes, wait a minute. We talked at Murph, didn't we? I was like, yes, we did, multiple times. Right. So now I've started making those connections. And Britt, I saw you out at Murph talking with Joel Telling and stuff, and I kind of lurked around on the edges. You know, but you guys just are so cool. And it's great to hang out with everybody. And I met DB3D Dan in person, and Recore 3D Justin. I met him out there at Murph, and Rob Mank and all these people. And I'm starting to make these connections and putting faces to names. You know, Greg Huber from Greg's Maker Corner, and Daniel, who's known as Modbot. I saw him out there and everything. So it's great to see everybody that I see on stream that now I get to meet face to face at some of these fests. And then I start seeing them show up in my streams. And I'm like, wow, it's coming full circle. And just, it's a great community and getting to see everybody. And, you know, you see them online, either on Twitter or Discord or streaming. And you see their cool prints and their paints, you know, how they're painting everything and stuff. And then you get to meet them in real life and realize that, you know, they're just as cool in real life. And they, you know, the prints in real life are even better than you see in pictures. You know, it's just great. Exactly. Like, I'll admit, the first couple of streams were hard. And it's like, it's not true public speaking because I'm not sitting in front of a, like, I can walk into a room and give a briefing without batting an eye. At a very young age in my career, at a very young age, and young in my Air Force career, I went through something called Airman Leadership School. And basically, that's where you're a senior airman or an E4, and you're getting ready to become a technical sergeant, which is a manager style position. But your first foray into leadership and management. And so you go through this, I think it's like 6 week long course And it's all on these management skills and feedback and this, that, and everything else. And at the end of it, you have your graduation ceremony. Well, I was sitting there going, okay, I know from the scores I got DG. I know that. I have everything, all the qualifications for DG or distinguished graduate, top 10% of the class. So I'm sitting there, and they call everybody up for distinguished grad, and I didn't get called. And I'm like, I know my grades, like I'm sitting there thinking through this. I know my grades were up there, and I'm thinking through it, not listening and paying attention. And they talked about the John L. Levittow. So John Levittow was a senior airman in the United States Air Force. And he was the youngest enlisted person to get the Medal of Honor. And he hated it. He hated the spotlight being put, right? But I'm sitting here once again thinking in my mind, like, how did I not make DG? What happened that I didn't get DG? Meanwhile, they're talking about the history of Levittow, and they basically say it doesn't have to be awarded because it's not awarded just on merit, and it's not awarded by any of the supervisor or the training staff. It is awarded by the peers. So your peers within the class vote on who the Levittow award should be. And then the final say is a yay or nay, basically, a concur or non-concur by the staff. The whole time this is still going over my head of how did I not get distinguished grad? And they called my name and I didn't hear it. And everybody at my table turned and looked at me, and my spouse at the time, let you read into that, my spouse at the time kicked me and said, "Get up, everybody's looking at you." I'm like, "What do you mean?" She goes, "They just called your name, get up on stage." I'm like, okay, so I get up and do the military thing and beeline for the stage and get up there, do the whole salute, the handshake and everything. And I was awarded the John L. Levittow. Completely threw me for a loop. Didn't see it coming. And my wife and everybody at the table was like, "How did you not see it coming?" I'm like, because apparently I was in the moment. Mrs. Dragon, my wife today, who I keep looking like this because normally she would be down there giving me the stink eye for now. I didn't realize that I was dating her for the first month that we were dating. Like just straight past me. Didn't even realize. Like she had completely changed her schedule for church to align with me and the boys. Didn't even notice it. So, yeah, a very active Air Force club, cadets in rural Nova Scotia. Cool. Very nice, peasant. So, yeah, that was cool. And the nice thing is you are offered the opportunity to MC the next graduating class. So the statement is there was you are offered the opportunity. You're not expected to turn it down. You are just shy of being voluntold that you are going to be MCing the next graduation. Other than you're in the hospital or you get deployed, you're going to be there. So I am now MCing the next graduating class, and I've got about 10 1 to 4-star level, like generals, admirals, what have you, from different branches sitting in attendance. So standing up there at stage and just seeing, enlisted and spouses, no big deal. But when you sit out there and the whole front 2 rows are nothing but high-level brass, you kind of start freaking out a little bit. And then after that, it's like nothing. Like I briefed several 4-star generals over my time in the military, and I quickly realized they get paid more than I do, they make bigger decisions than I do, but they get up and get in their uniform the same way I do, one leg at a time, one arm at a time. So they're just people. But getting up in front of the camera and talking, you would think would be easier. It wasn't the first few times. It really wasn't. But yeah, it's been great. It's been good. I'm getting the handle of it. I still fumble over words every now and then. But that happens. And I don't have a lot of the cool games and stuff that people. I should probably have one of these nights where it's just a chat and chill, do some other fun things, not building a 3D printer or something. We'll see. We'll branch out. But with that, it's now 3:30 here. My back's starting to tell me just how long I've been standing up, and this printer is now getting very heavy. So I am going to find some place to raid out, and we will come back again on Tuesday, at which point I should have everything in. I'm going to cut that one back panel so I can get that installed off stream. And once again, as soon as I'll make sure I have the other prints done, and the skirts will be done. I'll have the other prints done. And when the SB2209 comes in, once again, I will get that set up on the bench without main power to the printer, to make sure that the CANBUS is talking and I don't let the blue smoke out anymore and don't damage anything else. So that hopefully next stream, we'll be able to do the final install of a couple of things, walk through the printer.config file and Clipper and make the adjustments so that we're running through the CANBUS board, and we can start the commissioning process of the printer to go through and do all the checks, make sure that things are aligned right, make sure the tap's working right, the whole 9 yards. So with any luck, Tuesday we'll be pushing plastic. And if I fry another board on the bench, then we'll just work on a different printer then. So, all right, guys. Thank you very much for being out here, and for those that came and went and came back. Like I said, let me see who we've got that we could potentially raid out to. Yeah, I've got. You know what? I see subsector on, and I have not raided into subsector. Let me keep into subsector real fast and make sure that she is active, live, and not getting ready to jump out anymore. Unless somebody's already dual-hatted over there and can tell me. Nope, she seems to be doing good, and she's in stride. So, yeah, if you all can, stay with me as we go over to her and raid into her. I'd really appreciate that, just to show her the love that I can bring out there to her. Okay, and yep, here we go. I just started the raid, and we're heading over. Thank you, everybody, and we will see you all on Tuesday. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye now.